Okay, so what we're going to do today, we're going to start out with hoof evaluations, and really that's what we want to always do first. I just feel that's important. And then now I have to mute myself on YouTube so I'm not listening to me. Um, and then I'd like to talk to you about some facts about the anatomy. And the thing I want to talk about later, hopefully, is what they call constants and stuff. How in trimming over the time that I have been trimming, I have had people come along and people that I followed and stuff like that that taught me different things, and they would tell me this is an anatomical constant. And so when you trim, you can always go by this. And I found out that's not true. To me, I don't believe it's true, and I can explain to you why. And so I want to talk about those things, how there's nothing, there's no trick or gimmick or easy way to do this that's gonna just be the same every single time. Um, and that's why you have to learn what the true foot of the horse is. What you have to learn the true anatomy. And that means starting with the fact that the horse has a foot inside of that capsule, not just like your foot, but along the same lines. You know, it has bones and it has soft tissues and tendons and uh, fat and covered with skin, covered with skin. And so it in and of itself, that foot is one unit, and it has one specific primary shape and form that it is supposed to be. And that hoof capsule is supposed to form fit what that foot on the inside is. So it doesn't matter what we necessarily think might look good or might not, because our idea of what looks good is kind of perverted, by our culture, by pictures we've seen and things like that. So our idea of what we think a foot should look like might not be the actual true foot of the horse. And so uh uh so that's the most important thing, is to first and foremost get a real general understanding of what you're dealing with, that the capsule is temporary, it grows on and off, and it is there to support and maintain the shape of the internal foot, because two-thirds of that foot is soft cartilage and fat. All the heel is cartilage. Um, Cartilage and fat covered with skin. And so the only thing that helps those heels maintain their shape and form and position is the capsule, and the capsule growing right and fitting right to the foot, to the foot. So this is the main thing that a person has to learn, is just the basic structure of uh, even just the outside of the, when I say the outside of the internal foot, I mean the skin, with the, even if you never knew about the parts within the foot, if you just had a good basic general understanding of the outside of that foot, then you would have a better understanding of how that hoof capsule was supposed to grow from and fit that foot to help it maintain its shape. Even if you didn't know all the details of the inside of the coffin bone and the digital cushion and all these things, which there ain't that much in it. So this is the most important thing, because your brain, okay, your brain is going to trim onto that foot the image that has been put in your mind. That you see it all the time, how they're, when they put that image in our foot of 30-degree hairline and no heels, that image was solidified into my brain. Even though I was looking at other feet that had heel that were also my model, because that image had been put in my brain, that is what I kept trying to trim my horse into. And that is not the foot he had. See? So, so that's the main thing. Um, getting first and foremost, getting a general idea of what these feet look like. So I'm going to show a few pictures. We're going to look at that a little bit. Then we're going to start on some evaluations and look at some people's horses' feet. And then if you want to stick around later, we'll discuss more anatomy and also show you some interesting things that I'm finding on my horse's feet. I mean, yeah, I was real happy with what I went out and took pictures, and oh my goodness, what I did worked. So his heels are standing up even more. His foot is getting even stronger, and so I'm real happy with it. All right, so let's just look at the inner foot a couple times here, and then we're going to go to the evaluations. So let me see here. I'm going to have to do a share. Okay, let's see. Da, 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 da. Hmm. Oh, okay. I'm just going to put it on in here for now while I go find the screen I want. So hold on. I need to shut down some pictures. Okay, just a second here. Share. Go back to that. And hmm, well, where did you go, Zoom? Hmm. Oh, there you are. Sometimes get lost on these windows. So hold on a second here. There we go. Okay, share. Okay, I realize I haven't had a Hoof chat for a couple weeks, so I guess I forgot how to do everything in that short a time. Okay. Inner foot. Look for my file on inner foot. I. Okay. So, okay, we'll just look at this just for a general idea. Um, let's see here. Share. Okay, so this is just to give us a general idea of what I'm talking about. Now, you really need to get a better understanding of, like, if we're to look at this foot from the back, the whole configuration of the heels and the frog and the bulbs and stuff like that. So what I want you to see here is this is the whole foot here. the foot is not does not just stop. A lot of people don't realize that the horse's foot, which the reason they call it, first of all, let me tell you that the reason they call it a hoof is because they look at this part and this is the hoof capsule. This is how they teach it. Okay. This is the hoof capsule. And then they will teach that there's parts in the hoof capsule. Okay. But they shorten it to hoof. And so everybody calls it a hoof. And consequently, therefore, when people are looking at their horse's feet, they look at the hoof and they think it ends right here at the hairline. But that isn't true. See, as I said, there is a foot inside of this, and this is your horse's foot right here. And this cartilage here extends clear down into here, like so. And it's part of the heels. And so then within the foot, then you've also got a big fat cushion in here, which is called the digital cushion, which is adipose tissue, like whale blubber. And like the adipose tissue is on the end of your nose. You also have it in the balls of your feet, by the way. In fact, probably your nose is more like the horse's foot than any other part of your body. When you really think about it, it's got bone, it's got cartilage, it's got adipose tissue, and it's covered with skin. And so, and the back of the foot can only maintain its true shape and form. And remember, position, because the hoof capsule that grows from it supports it and keeps it there. Because, as I said, to everything but this bone, well, now there's a navicular bone in here, and then the short pastern bone comes in here too. But the rest, all in here, is soft tissue. And this exterior covering, all that is skin. It is skin. And so you have the skin on the leg grows the hair, which is keratin. And then the skin on the foot grows all the different parts of the capsule. And the foot is permanent. The horse will always have this foot, but this capsule that grows from it is temporary. It grows on and off during the life of the whole horse. And so the capsule you have this year is not going to be the same one you have next year, hopefully. Now you see these horses that get stuck in some barn somewhere and come out now have like 2 or 3 curls because nobody ever trimmed their feet. Now the thing about it is the wall grows continually and does not die off, but the sole only grows an inch and then it dies off and it should exfoliate. The sole doesn't grow perpetually, but the walls do. Okay, so as you see this, let me make this bigger. This foot has a specific shape. Now this little nubbin right here, okay, here's your coronary band. Just a minute, let me move some stuff. Here's your coronary band. And it curves around the back of the foot and it runs up under the foot like that to where the bar ends, right about in here. And so your coronary band should be straight like this, and it should be no wider than your finger, including back here. And this you would call the bulb. And it should not be wider than your thumb at the most. And this little nubbin here, well, the hoof wall grows here, okay, from up atop here. The heel buttress itself only grows from underneath here, which is what I would call structurally savvy, structurally, smart, right? Because what is it? That heel buttress, this big chunk of wall that grows here, is supports the whole back of the foot here. It supports it. So it is like a pillar or a support beam, big triangular beam right here. And then the bar goes up under here and it ends at the back of the coffin bone. So see the bone, coffin bone, and the bars support what is called the heel buttress. And the heel buttresses support your whole hoof wall all the way around. So so when you know this, see, the thing about it is when you trim the heels too low, it will force all of this down. And because this is all cartilage, it will crush your heels. It will force all of this down. Let me move something here. It will force this down. It can curl it clear under. In fact, what happens is this part, it can totally wrap it around inside of the foot like that. And horses can make their own heels. They can wrap this part of the foot around in towards the frog to where this, it would look like your heel started here. Some horses, their cartilage up here is so strong. See, because here's the thing, like your nose, okay, your nose, if you go to push it anywhere, if you go to push it up, it wants to come down. You push it over the side of your face, it's always going to want to come back into position, right? Well, that's the way this foot is. No matter what you do to it, it's going to want to come back into position because of the materials that it's made out of. First and foremost, cartilage. Okay, to get a good idea of that, we've all eaten chicken. You know that piece of cartilage on the breastbone of a chicken? You can bend it here and there, but it only has one place that it wants to be. It helps maintain the shape of the breast of the chicken. And so this cartilage here, this helps maintain the shape of this foot. And so when you trim the heels too low, you force it down. Well, it's pulling up, it's being forced, it's like it's it's pulling up the whole time. It never stops pulling up. And the thing about it is, so you force this down. Well, inside here is this big fat digital cushion made out of fat. What does fat do when you press on it? It presses back, right? And so when you trim the heels too low, changing the shape and position of the cartilage and where it's supposed to be, and it pulls it down, you're starting to compress that digital cushion, and that digital cushion is forcing, wanting to go back to where it's supposed to be, because that's its job. And the cartilage is pulling back. And so there is constant pressure in the foot of the whole back of this foot wanting to go back into position. At the same time, these heels here, you pull this down, you're shoving them forward and you're crushing them up into the foot. All in order. Just a minute here. All in order to try and, well, these days, make the form of a foot that has been put in our mind as the quintessential natural foot. That is not the natural foot at all, because now there are many pictures of wild horses, and you're going to see they have ample, ample heel and high hairlines. See, because I was originally taught in barefoot trimming to try and put a 30-degree hairline on my horse. And so anyway, so I was going to get the annotate just a minute here. Okay, so this heel, look, it has shape like that. But as you trim the heels out and it pulls, what it does is it's going to pull this down like this. And of course, it'll wrap that around. So not only is it pulling it down, but the foot starts, uh, this can be curled under, the heel pushed up, or curled in towards the frog, and your capsule starts getting smaller, smaller. I mean, look at if I had a 30-degree hairline like that, what do I have to do to the rest of the foot to get that foot to fit in a capsule that would look like that? That would be this size. See? Okay, this heel, what happens to it is it starts to crush up under like that. And because it's cartilage and fat, it will crush right up into the foot. And then another thing that happens is this foot bends, the whole foot bends. Let me show you here. Just a minute here. The whole foot bends, gets smaller, and starts bending like this. And then the hairline up here, a lot of times too, it'll bend as well, like that. And then what'll happen is this is so common that they think the horse has an arch right here. But he hasn't got an arch right there. Now there's an arch underneath his foot, but he hasn't got an arch right there. What he's got is that's a distortion. And this is really common in hoof care to take things that are distortions and think that they are a part of the anatomy and then draw conclusions from that as to how you should trim. See? Okay. So, anyway, just a minute. So, anyway, the point is your horse has a foot. You need to learn more about the foot and how the capsule fits the foot, how the capsule's supposed to grow from the foot. And then when you trim, because of the way our minds work, and if we take pictures, okay, we will start to trim more towards what the true foot of the horse is. And of course, learning the anatomy and learning, all the odds and ends is vital as well. But in general, say, in general, because your brain is meant to figure out problems, if you know the basic shape, true shape and form of the horse's foot, okay, you're not going to go taking the heels way down like to the periopal flaps here or trying to make a 30-degree hairline and things like that. Um, I don't think there's any horse on the face of the earth that was ever meant to have a 30-degree hairline and stuff. Now, some people may not know what I'm talking about, but there are people that teach, and I use because see, I did it. I did that trim for, well, from 2005 to 2014. So what's that? 11 years. 11 years. And my horse's feet, well, they started getting better at first because I had a farrier that let them overgrow and they were becoming platter footed. So then applying that trim, they did get better, but then they went past better to worse. See? Um, so, but he was sound on soft grass. Okay, I can say that. Yeah, he's sound on grass. That's not sound. Okay, your horse should at least be able to walk over a gravel road without going ow, 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 like that. Okay. All right. So that's all we're going to talk about that for now because I want to get to the evaluations. So hold on here, just a second here. Okay, so Ashraf, are you there?
He stepped away for a few minutes.
Oh, he did? How did you know? Did he say something?
He put it on the chat.
Oh, I never see the chat. Okay. All right. Well, then uh let's see. Well, we'll pick somebody else to go first. and stuff. So, is there anybody here that would like us to look at their horse's feet and give an evaluation? Don't be shy.
If nobody else steps up, we can always look at Dolly. I did frogs and bars yesterday.
Okay, well, then that's what we're going to do.
I
Okay,
have,
so, oh, go ahead,
I
Devin.
do. Hello.
Hi,
So excited to be here.
glad you're here, dear.
Thank you. I did trim a couple of my mares yesterday and took some pictures. I'm new to the whole Zoom thing though, so I have no idea how I would be able to share those.
Okay, well,
So,
what you do is you just either share them with me in Messenger or on the Hoof group, and then I go there
oh, okay. Well,
and
if you
look at
want
them.
to start with Dolly, I can share mine
Okay,
afterward.
okay, that sounds good. Well,
Um,
if Ashraf comes back, we'll do his,
okay.
and then we'll do yours. Okay, we'll take a
All right.
look at them.
Sounds good.
Okay, so we are going to look at Dolly's feet. All right. How do you feel like you're coming along there, Marilyn?
I'll tell you what, she has been comfortable in the pasture barefoot. She's comfortable walking down the road barefoot. I have ridden her barefoot in the indoor. Pedal pulses are negative half of the time. She's tracking up completely from her back feet into the tracks on her front feet at least half of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Um, she's doing good.
Good.
I have not put boots on her for, oh goodness, she has not had boots in the pasture since before the last trim, and I have not had boots on her for riding or going down the road for at least 3 weeks or more.
Well, hey, that sounds great. That's
Yeah,
good.
I'm very happy. But,
Okay.
you know, she's due for a trim. It's going to be horribly cold yet this week. I mean, we'll be lucky to hit
Yeah.
20 above, so
Yeah,
um
and that's hard for you up there because that get hard ground when it's
oh no, we
cold.
have snow. It's not hard. It's
Oh, it's
soft.
not? Oh, okay.
It's soft snow, but the road is icy, and the pastures until we had snow cover was frozen lumpy.
Okay.
Um, and she was walking over that like the other horses were. I was absolutely amazed.
Oh, good. Well, good. Good. Well, see what it takes getting is when we and the horse all get together on the same page.
Well,
And
when
we're
we finally
we're
get our act together, it helps.
yeah. See, same with moi here. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the do you put pictures on the
I put them on the research trimming page, yeah.
okay. Okay, I will just put your name in. Or, well, they're just right there.
I put them
Okay.
on last night, so they shouldn't be buried too deep.
Okay. Okay, let me share. Okay, so I'm going to read what you wrote here. It's been nearly 6 weeks since Dolly's fronts were last trimmed. She's been doing well. She hasn't needed boots, even when the pasture footing was rough. And it's been barefoot for walks on the road and riding on the indoor the past 2 to 3 weeks. We haven't had an opportunity to try riding barefoot on the roads and trails. Looking at the photos, I plan to bevel around the hoof from the quarter to quarter, notching the quarters, especially the right front, medial, which is chipping and looking jammed. The dorsals are 3.5 inches. So I don't want to bring them down very much. The bars need to be trimmed down a bit more. The feet are nice and clean with snow, but quite hard.
They're hard as rocks.
Yeah,
Even the
that's
frogs are hard. I was amazed.
huh. So the bars need to be trimmed down a bit more. The feet are nice and clean with the snow, but quite hard. I'll level the heels since the laterals are 1/8 inch longer than the medials. Okay. Dorsals are 3.5, heels lateral. So this are these the front feet?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Okay, we're gonna I just want to go through and take a meander at them first.
The line up the front is the dorsal line lining up with the apex on the frog.
Okay, good.
And that's the chunk that broke off way back when. That's
You
what's left of
know,
it now.
this is looking good right here, these
I
horn
know.
tubules, you know, and you can see how this piece wants to grow down straight, and these are kind of
Hmm.
funky, but that'll all come down and back and stuff. Um, I would, oh, this is before trim, right?
Right.
Okay, so I'm not going to say nothing. Okay. Have you put a notch on this side?
I put little tiny baby notches, but I think I need to take more or else figure out how to bevel or whatever, because I used to get that nice, almost like an arch in
Yeah.
the quarters, and I've forgotten how to do that.
Well, um, yeah, see, now I've been putting notches on both sides and it works really well. But I can see where a notch would really benefit here to bring these heels back and take this curve out
Uh-huh.
here. Well, she's nice and up off the ground.
Right.
So
But
that's,
you can see the lateral heel is just a wee tad higher than the right because
yeah,
she's not quite vertical.
yeah, and I think what it mostly is this outside part in front, this
Hmm.
part, that part that's right in front of the heel buttress.
Right. There are a couple of comments on some of the pictures that indicate that, so that's one of the things I want to take care of.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, she's pretty long.
But the dorsal's only 3.5 inches, you know.
Yeah, but but three and a quarter. See, that's okay. So if you read Gene Ovanek's research on the length of dorsal walls of wild horses, okay, uh, on a good foot, well, I can tell on a really good foot, okay, that's all finished. If
Uh-huh.
you have 3.5 inches, you have an inch of sole, then you're fine. But this is not a finished foot.
And she does not have an inch of sole.
Yeah, and stuff. So you have room to play with there.
Okay.
Usually up to 3 inches even.
Okay.
See, on Gene Ovanek's research, he didn't find any horses that had over a 3 to 3 1/4 inch wall, and
Okay.
those were fully finished feet, and stuff. Um, so yeah, you can take this down. It'll be
Okay.
plumb fine and stuff, and then you can do a good notch here, and all that's
Okay.
going to do is help her pull that whole frog back.
Right.
See, and unbind these bulbs here.
Can I use
Because
the Dremel when it's cold, like 20 above?
oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yep, no problem.
I wasn't sure how it would respond to cold weather.
Hmm. Yeah, I just see where a notch here would really help. I mean, I've been doing them on all my horse's feet, and I've been doing big notches, okay, and not having any problem at all. And I can't see as where she would have any problem with
Okay.
good sized notch. Um,
The medial on that foot is trying to break out on the quarter. You can see that, I think, on the next picture.
yeah, just a minute here. I was looking for annotate. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so starting from about here, let's see, right in here. Let me go. I would do at least that much of a notch.
Holy moly.
Well, okay, if you want me to shorten it up, I'll go there. That's not. I'll show
And
it. I'll show it to you. Huh?
would you take it higher at the front than the back like that?
Yeah, because you're following the growth ring.
Okay, but usually when I've seen notches, it follows the growth ring up from the back and then follows the tubule down to the front.
Well, you could go like that,
Yeah, that's what I'm more familiar with.
you know. I just didn't want to do that because these are so curved.
Mm-hmm.
You see there?
Sure.
That's usually, yeah, if they're straighter, let me see. Let me undo this. So that would be too much.
Ah, yeah. I'd be afraid to do that one.
I mean, because these curves, I'm having a hard time here. Let's see. I'll show you what I did on mine. Just a minute. Let me go to find a picture here. Hold on. I'm doing notches all over the place. But all you're taking is the wall,
Okay.
some of the wall out. Um, and I'm getting good so I can take them out with nippers. Let's see here.
I'm so afraid to put nippers on her front feet because the only time I did it, I got her feet down so sore she could hardly walk.
Ah, well, see,
Linda, can
yeah,
I'm sorry, this is Eleanor from Hungary. Can I just interfere a little bit? We were talking about the nippers, and I don't know what type you have, but I have these little round ones, and they're very easy for the notchers. I don't
oh,
know whether
okay,
people know about them, but I can post a picture later.
okay,
Yeah.
Are they the bonsai nippers?
I have no idea, to be honest. I just know how they look. And they're quite comfortable to use. They just cut out this little half half round half round hole
Okay.
in the wall, and they're just very easy and neat. So I'll take picture tomorrow and I'll post it. Maybe somebody, it would be useful for somebody.
okay. I'll
That'd be helpful.
show you the notch I took out, which that's not that bad. Let me see. Let me make that larger. Hold on. So that is the notch I mean, then this is bevel, but this is the notch I took out. But see how it follows the growth ring right there and then goes down
Uh-huh.
like that. That's the notch I took out. And this is the foot that he injured, where he tore half that cartilage off there.
That healed up so nicely.
Yeah, and of course, that's just a superficial cut to help the heel straighten up. But let's see here. And there he is running across the prairie. No, nah. Uh, let's see here. Okay, so I'm gonna go back here to see. Let me see. I Just a minute. Let me look because I did a notch on the back feed too. So hold on. Let me get on my phone and send myself a picture. Let's see. Well, here. Let's see, sure. I'll show you what it looks like from the bottom. Looks like that. That's not that bad. See,
No,
of
that's not
course.
bad at all.
Um, let's see here. Okay, but then I did some more right here. I took, I beveled a little more off right there. See? So so his frog is widening up and moving back up between the back of his bulbs. Now, I need to show people because I see there's a lot of people here who haven't been here before. So I want to show you something because you may see some things that we show that aren't common. you know, in what we're doing and stuff, because I need to show you, I already showed you partially what the true foot of the horse is. You know, it's the inner foot. Okay, but you need to understand how that capsule is supposed to fit that foot. And so I want to show you a picture here, just a second here. Let me get this up so that you understand where we're coming from here. Just a second here. And see, we're constantly changing and growing in our understanding of what is the true foot of the horse. What is the real foot of the horse? So I'm going to take in, show you this here, just a second here. Okay, just a second. New share. Okay, so this is a picture of different, well, this here is not a wild horse. This is a domestic horse here that's over in Africa or something. Anyway, what I want you to notice here about these horses is the frog and the length of the heels. Now, the length of the heels. Okay, you see this horse here? This horse lives in Arizona. He's one of the wild horses on the Salt River. They are real popular and they take a lot of pictures of those horses. Those horses spend half their day in the Salt River eating river grass and the other half the day out on the desert. So you might say they have the best of both worlds. This horse here came from the Great Basin. Okay. And he's got the same type of foot as this horse. They don't have as much water there, but what I want you to see is the back of the foot. First of all, the heels, how wide they are apart, and how they're shaped, they're aimed, the points aiming back like this. Because I'll show you on horses that have had their heels over trim, how these curl in like that, and the frogs get narrow most of the time. And so this frog here, these heels are 2 inches from the hairline down to the heel point here. You might look at a foot like this and think, oh, well, they don't have heels. They're low heels. No, they're big, fat, thick frogs. See here, right here, this horse has a 2-inch heel at least, and then the frog sticks out behind his foot, and the top of the frog is clear up here between the bulbs. And so the frogs are supposed to be up behind the foot. Now there are false versions of this, okay, where the heels are trimmed out and so the heels are pulled forward and the frog may be back there, but that's a false version of this. And so what we're trying to do is to restore this as close as possible, as much as the horse will allow without object force, you know, not trying to force the foot on the horse, but trying to facilitate things in the trim that will allow that foot to develop into what it was meant to be. And so these frogs, their feet are big, they've got big feet, and they've got big frogs, big thick frogs. And notice here, do you see a lot of concavity? No, because the foot is not bent. See, they have at least an inch of uniform sole thickness, live sole. See, and so that's what you see here. Now let me find some other pictures. I'll show you another picture. Let's see. How come these horses can run over lava rock out there in the wild? They try and say, there's some people who try and say, oh, well, well, wild horses don't have the workload that domestic horses have. Oh, baloney. That's baloney. See, I grew up on a ranch out in Wyoming. I know the workload, okay? And I was around wild horses, and I was around ranch people that had ranch horses that they'd been raising for 100 years in the same way the wild horses raised their bands, and people there that never shod their horses. And you go out and ride them horses all day long, working cattle every day, and they never get lame, and they didn't need shoes. Well, why is that? Well, here's a good idea. Look at this horse. Somebody just happened to snap this shot. Now, you won't see it like this on every horse because of the way the foot can grow. It can look smooth. You won't see this big, thick sole ridge, but I want you to see this. Okay. Now, this is a domestic horse here. And he lived in about a 40-acre pasture, was trimmed maybe almost 3 times in his life. And he had tremendous feet. Look how wide his frog was. Look at the sole, just black. And I mean, he just had a super healthy foot. This is a fetus and without a capsule on the foot. Here's another domestic horse that never got trimmed wrongly. You can see we're looking at the inner foot, but now look at the external foot here. Look, this is what you call the sole ridge. See, these horses that grows around the perimeter, they have a convex sole ridge that grows. It's convex, not concave. It gets concave when it gets about here. It's convex here, and then it goes concave about here in towards the frog and stuff. But this is something you won't see very often because usually it's kind of disguised. I'll show you here in a minute. These horses do, in fact, grow their own shoe. Now I want to go back to this other picture here, just a minute. Well, a second. Okay, so we're back here at this picture. Now you just saw that one picture where that horse had a big, thick, convex rim of sole around the whole perimeter of his foot. All right, and now this horse here, you don't see that on this horse, but it's still there. Okay, if we were to start rasping this wall down, we would eventually rasp it down to where you would see almost an inch wide, thick, convex ridge of sole around the perimeter of the foot. But the way the foot grows, you're not always going to see that. But here, you can kind of see some of it here. You can see the convex ridge here a little more. And over here, you can see it as well. See it there? But then when you see this horse here, you don't see that convex ridge quite the same because what I call the bowl of the sole, which is the concave part of the sole that's in the center, okay? It's just simply filled up with sole, and so the foot almost looks flat. See there? But in truth, this horse here has 1 inch of convex sole ridge around the whole perimeter of his foot. And what allows that is having the correct heel height and heel buttress growing in the correct way in the back of the foot. And so learning all these different things and that hairlines are supposed to be high, and that meaning high in front and high behind, not low, and that horses are supposed to have ample heel so they can have thick and wide frogs and good support in the back of the foot. Learning all this, then what we're trying to do is facilitate by trimming to allow our horses to grow and develop this. And with everything that I have learned about the anatomy, because, first I was taught a bunch of stuff that was not true or correct. And over time, I never looked for, it wasn't like I was out, oh, everybody's wrong and I'm just going to go my own way. No. I just noticed that it wasn't working on my horse, so I was looking for answers. I just wanted to understand. I never set out to prove anyone or anything wrong, ever, never. But as I kept trying to fix my horse, to fix him, I would have to understand. And as I started doing that, and I started doing dissections and continual trimming and taking, thousands of photos over years, just start to see patterns, and you start to see things that aren't true about what you've been led to believe and things like that. And so gradually over time, many ideas changed on what the anatomy was. And every single time I learned something was false and then found out the truth, and I would apply it to how I trimmed, I would see it manifest in the foot. See? And so now, I personally, with my horse, am going through a stage where I'm really seeing his frogs move back. Because see, what happens is when you trim out these heels, it pulls the whole back of the foot down. Well, you got a frog there. Looky there. There's a frog. If I trim these heels way low and I pull all this down, what happens to that frog? See, it's supposed to be high up between the bulbs right here. Well, it gets pulled down too. Well, it's not like there's nobody living here. The other part of the frog is here. So now this is going to push that frog forward like this. And so what happens on these feet is the internal anatomy all gets displaced. And so all this gets pushed forward. And so, and then, you're taught, oh, never trim the frog. Well, if you never trim the frog, then that foot will never go back to where it's supposed to. Because once these feet deform and get pulled into an incorrect position internally, and then they grow the bar and the heel and the frog from that position, then the capsule, which is meant to support and maintain the form and position of the foot, will then hold that foot in a deformed position. See? So you have to learn to create new boundaries for everything and to reduce the thickness and the growth so that the inner foot can move back into place and grow that capsule from a new position. So that's what this is, a research group. And this research is based on first of all, discovering that some of the things we're taught were not true. And then discovering, well, what is true? What is right? What is the real deal? Even the soul. See, that was one of the first things I found out, was that what they taught about the anatomy of the soul was not true. The soul is not concave. The sole is convex. It has a convex, it's both convex and concave. It has a convex rim of sole around the perimeter, around here. You can't always see it though. See, if you were to just look at this foot, you'd say, oh, it's only concave. That's just because of the way it grows. Because when the wall grows and the edge of the sole attaches to the wall, then it grows beyond where you can see the convex sole ridge and it will look concave, but in truth, there is a convex rim of sole here. So these conclusions that people reached like hundreds of years ago, and then they put them in the first veterinary books and they have not looked back since. And so what happens? Because they think the sole is only concave, then the farrier is taught to trim out the convex sole ridge. Now, as long as you're holding it together with the shoe, it can last quite a while. Okay. But this is also trimming out this sole ridge is also what can lead to laminitis because you need that sole ridge to hold that coffin bone up here. Look at this one. You see the ridge? Okay. You don't see it here, but it's there. Okay. And so, and it's here in this foot as well. And so that supports the toe of the coffin bone up. And so when you're trimming that out, making it only concave, and then you allow the toe to get long, well, what's going to happen? The toe of the foot is going to fall through the sole. And you're going to have what you call a sinker and laminitis and rotation and all that. Okay, but that was human caused because they kept trimming out the sole to make it look concave because they were taught that anatomically these soles are concave. Okay, so anyway, and there's more than just these pictures. There's much more evidence, including internal anatomical evidence. Here, I want to show this picture real quick. Man, somebody is sending me messages or something. Let's see here. Let's look at these bad boys for a second. Just get an idea of what wild horse feet look like. Okay. See these guys? They have a high hairline in front and behind. They have ample heel, these stallions. And most wild horses do. Most natural feet, in truth, have heel. And if they don't, it's because they wore them out. That's all. That's all. Okay. This here, that is the rear foot off of a horse that died in a BLM, Bureau of Land Management, roundup in the 1980s. Okay. This here, what's this? See, this is my dissection here, not this one. This is somebody else. Look at the heel on this horse. Look at where the hairline would be right here. How are you going to fit this foot into that capsule? Only by torturing the horse. See, as you gradually trim the heel down, it crushes the heel up, right? No. So it says here, which capsule fits the foot? This is an inner foot. This is the one that has been presented to us as the ideal model. This is what I tried to get on my horse for years. And now I'm bringing his foot back to what it's like this. Here's another. This is a dead. Now, this guy, some farrier, I found this years ago. Some farrier, somebody gave him this foot and he dissected it and cut it in half and stuff, but it was a horse off a dead wild horse too. Okay. Well, this is a front foot. How is it that a rear foot If one dead wild horse came to be the model that we're all seeking to try and be barefoot, no wonder there's so many abscesses and problems. See? Okay, so anyway, all right, so we're gonna go back here now. That hopefully that explained a little bit about where we're coming from. There's a lot more, you know. Many people who have had a really bad time with their horses, trying to get them sound, who never seem to end the transition period into barefoot. Well, that's because that was not the foot your horse was meant to have to begin with. And this image has been put in everybody's head. And not only the image, but a whole philosophy behind it of lowering the heels and frog pressure and this and that, you know, and that's why there are so many lame horses and so many people having so many, all you got to do is look all over Facebook. My God, it's horrendous, you know, and not saying we got all the answers or nothing, but uh, everybody that belongs usually to these groups has come out of that situation, you know, of, see me, it was the farrier. Now, I never had a barefoot trimmer. Okay, I was my own barefoot trimmer, but if I would have been my own barefoot trimmer, yeah, I'd have crippled my own horse. And then me. See, so you find yourself just doing the same thing. All right. Anyway, okay, so we're trying to uh, help our horses and give them the best, most comfortable feet possible. All right, so let's go back to Marilyn's horse here. Da, 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 if I can find it. Just okay, I found you. There you are. Anyway, Marilyn, I'd try notching that side for sure. Taking that some of that quarter out so that those
Okay.
heels can stand up because they're really being pulled under. This area, just a minute. This area, I'm gonna draw on it. Just a minute. There's annotate. See this right here? That horn tubule?
Uh-huh.
See where they are? That's keeping all that there.
Okay.
This area right there. So you want all this to come back so that these heels can stand up. So you're gonna have to come in here somewhere and notch this in here, like so.
Okay.
Somewhere, okay? Just to give this room. I mean, even if you just came in and beveled that over the white line, that's gonna help it.
Okay.
Okay? Because got to always remember that you're always got to read these horn tubules. Where are they at? And this is why. Just a minute. Clear all dry. So when you put your pictures, see, this is the thing you got to do. You take pictures and then you look at your own pictures and you got to remember certain things. You got to remember that the structure of the hoof capsule is as such. Okay. This is the basic structure. And of course, it's got growth rings like so. Put that there. And then it's got horn tubules like so, and they must gradually be reduced in length as they go back towards the heels. Ah, oops, just a minute. Okay, so that would be the basic structure of her horse's foot, except he would be longer back here, at least by that much. So then you look at the horn tubules. Where are they? Let me get a different color.
Just a little bit, not quite where they're supposed to be.
Yeah. Well, just a little bit,
Or a lot of bit.
a lot of bit. Okay. Okay, well let's follow one. Okay, let's follow this one. It's right there when it's supposed to be right here. Okay. And this one here goes up to here when it should be right about here. See there?
Uh-huh.
So more than you think and stuff. So breaking out the quarter, that's what they do. They break out the quarter. We do these notches. We do these notches because we noticed that that horses on their own will bust the quarters out, and they literally bust a notch out that will follow the growth ring and the horizontal growth ring and the vertical horn tubule. So it's like a notch. See? So this is the thing you always keep in mind. Where are my horn tubules? What are they doing? See, here's what happens. You lower the heels. Here, we'll do an thing here. Let me get a different color. What color will be good? We'll do pink. Okay, so when you lower the heels, here's the hairline. Let's say the hairline is supposed to be here so that the cartilage can be up where it wants to be and the shape it wants to be. Like you see the shape of her cartilage, the cartilage is not shaped like that. Okay, cartilage is shaped more like what you see my pink lines here. Okay, but it's cartilage, right? And it's lined with the digital cushion and fat, so it's easily movable. And so it can be pulled down and rounded like what you see here. So, I forgot where I was going with that. So, okay, now I remember. So, when you lower the heel, when I come in here and I say, well, I'm supposed to have a 30-degree hairline, and I take off, say, this much heel, and it pulls the back of this foot down. See, it'll pull the back of this foot down so that, like, from here down. Now, if I was to take this and put it in a program and rotate it so that now this heel that is right here is down here, then what's that do? What's that do to this horn tubule here? This at this height, at the heel at this height, holding the cartilage up where it's supposed to. Okay, I've got this horn tubule. You see how they're in alignment? See, they're here. What happens when I lower that heel to this horn tubule whose angle, the angle was like this? This is what you call the weight-bearing angle. These horn tubules are in unity, in weight-bearing unity and alignment with the lamina on the internal foot. And so what happens? This is what, okay, so weight-bearing unity. That means it's in weight-bearing equilibrium. That capsule is in weight-bearing equilibrium with the inner foot. They're bearing weight together. But I go and I trim the heel out because I've been told that's the way it's supposed to look. Okay, and I'm now, see this hoof capsule, it's there to support this foot where it's supposed to be, because the foot in and of itself, the back of the foot, is all cartilage and fat and soft tissue. It has to have a specific configuration of this hoof capsule in a specific spot, height, everything, in order to maintain its true form and position so that it will function correctly. Okay, so the horse either wears the heel down or you come and lower the heel. And this horn tubule that is right here at this angle, then what happens? Well, okay, then it winds up being like this. Okay, let's say this now, this now, this now is the foot right here. Let me use a different color. Can't make it all look. Now you've pulled the cartilage down and everything else. Let me see if I try and look for a better color here. I'll do dark green. Okay, so now this is your foot here. Oops. Keep doing that. This is your foot here now. And of course, you pulled all this down like that. So then what happens? Remember up here's where your horn tubule was. You brought it down here, and now it's going to be at an angle like that. See there? You change the angle of these horn tubules from bearing weight-bearing equilibrium. Say weight-bearing equilibrium. You change it from that to where the foot still wants to be here. No matter what you do to it, that foot still wants to be up here because that's where it's made to be. But now the whole hoof capsule's changed and everything is forcing the foot down here. So you have the foot pulling one way, but now this capsule being lowered in the heel is now everything's being forced forward. All the horn tubules have changed direction, changed angle. They're all pushing forward like this. Well, that's going to push your toe forward. You know, of course, this here too, it wouldn't be like that. Now you've changed the angle of that as well. And so now you've changed everything about that capsule to be pulling in the very opposite direction of your inner foot. And so ultimately what happens is you wind up creating a mechanical situation that has the foot pulling one way and the capsule pulling the opposite direction. And what's that create? You may not see it all the time, but it creates there'll be injury in there. The lamina will be tearing. It's like tearing a fingernail off. There'll be constant inflammation, constant. As well, you gradually over time reduce the size of the hoof capsule and you compress that foot into a smaller and smaller container. It's a form of Chinese foot binding on the horse. And so what we're doing is we're restoring these heels and releasing these cartilages and getting the hoof capsule so that it's back to its bigger size and releasing the foot so that stops all that inflammation and everything like that. Anyway, that's what we're doing here.
That's interesting because Dolly's had subclinical chronic laminitis ever since her laminitis episode in 2017 when I bought her.
Yeah, that's what's created.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's getting better. Her feet have grown. She outgrew her shoes or her boots. I had to get a size bigger in boot.
See, that's good. Yeah.
And there's less inflammation. She's had about half the time negative pulses and when she's had positive pulses, not as bounding as they had been.
Mm-hmm. That's great.
Very interesting.
Well, gee, now that explains it, don't it?
Certainly does.
Yeah. Well, good. Well, I'm glad she's feeling better. My horse is feeling better too.
I'm very
Uh,
glad too.
well,
Almost
you're,
almost afraid to even say anything because I don't want to jinx it.
oh yeah, I know. Well, we have our ups and downs,
Ain't that the
and
truth?
stuff. Okay, well, they're already looking better than the way they were going,
Yeah.
you know. So I think I'll take a picture of this. Trying to explain that. Oops, wrong deal. Hold on. Okay. They're all drawings. Okay, so, and now got the back. See, the good thing is, look at how much your bulbs are up off the ground.
Uh-huh.
So that's a good thing, you know. So that allows her foot to work better. As I believe it's supposed to work. Now, one thing you're gonna want to work at is getting the apex of that frog undone.
Yeah, I'm almost going to have to soak her feet to do that. Because I did the best I could yesterday, but the frog is rock hard.
Yeah. Um, you'd flat out need to cut the tip off and round that out. Okay, I can guarantee you the apex, that is not the apex. The apex is right more here. And that the thing about that is those apexes will hold that forward, hold the whole frog forward to keep it from moving back. Because in order for her bulbs to come unbound, that whole frog's going to have to move. So you're going to, I did a thing. I trimmed, maybe we'll look at that. We'll see. Um, yeah. So anyway, we're still not at the trim though, are we? Well, you're trimming the frog. Oh, you only trimmed the frog and the bars?
It's a frog and bars yesterday, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
I can't, at my age, I can't do the frogs and bars and a whole trim on the same day. It takes too much out of me.
Yeah. Now, and here's something for you to think of, and that is that, just a minute here. You can do from about here a notch. Which will help this here come back too. Next time you're gonna have to just bring your walls down a little bit and stuff like that. But
Okay.
I'm glad she's feeling better.
The notch
And
that's there on the notch that's right there is the remnant of that whole chunk that broke off last summer.
well, look here. It's traveled
Uh-huh.
from up here, right?
It traveled from even higher than that.
Yeah. Yeah, so you can come in here and just do another one. Okay. All right. And that'll help. Well, good. Well, good. I'm glad she's feeling better. I'm glad you're feeling better about it.
Yeah,
So,
I think it's finally starting to turn around. At least it's starting to.
okay. Okay, great. Let's see here. Man, all drawings. All right. So, let's see here. Oh, Dean is telling me he couldn't load chat. Well, I don't know I'm not technical enough to help anybody, so. All right. So, is Ashraf back?
Yeah, thank you very much, Linda. I really appreciate it.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, well, let's look at your horse's feet. Have you been hearing any of this stuff?
Of course.
Okay, good deal. Um, let's see. So you posted them. Did you send them in Messenger too, or did you just post them on the group page?
I sent them to you on Messenger. I also posted yesterday on Facebook asking if anybody could help, but so we got two options.
Okay. Okay, I'll go to Messenger. Or well, oh, I hate the way they're doing photos anymore. So we'll go
Yeah.
to Facebook. So I'm here on Facebook. Oh, okay, just a minute. Share. Okay, so if anybody wants to know, these are the feet of two green Arabian fillies that are 3 and 4 years old, and they're sisters. And uh, Ashraf, am I saying your name correctly? I want to make sure.
Perfectly correct. And you can
Oh,
say Ash for short. It's perfect.
okay, Ash.
There you go.
Okay, so Ash has never trimmed before,
Ever.
ever.
I've never seen a frog
Welcome to
till
the
a couple of
club.
months ago. I've never seen a frog till a couple of
No,
months ago, guys.
no,
Ever.
no. Ash lived a life of leisure in Dubai at one point where the grooms did everything, huh, Ash?
They did everything. They groomed. Well, just basically to put everybody into perspective, I go to the stable, the horse is ready, saddled, everything's fine. I ride with a couple of my friends, two, three of our horses, and I come back and give them the horse, and I leave. I know nothing about the horse, how it eats, how it lives, how it's trimmed, nothing. I
Yeah,
just ride, come back, unfortunately. But
yeah, I
in
wish
Canada, it's different.
that sounds like a dream come true to me.
It's a nightmare. You never get to
It's a
know your
nightmare.
horse.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much. Nightmare come true. 'Cause you never know
Well,
the horse.
yeah, that's true. That's true. Some I'd still like to just try it once.
Come
Okay,
to Dubai.
some horses I don't want to get to know. Okay, so anyway, just joking. All right, so let's look at these. Okay, so the thing that you're going to have to learn to do is a basic trim. And but you kind of did that here, didn't you?
I kind of did, but because my horses are green and they still don't know how to stand properly, and I'm also on the other side, greener than my own horses. I don't know anything about trimming, so I couldn't do
Yeah.
the mapping properly, and they were
Okay.
impatient. So that's
Well,
why I just went and did what I could pick up from.
okay.
You remember that PDF document that I did and sent back to you
Yeah.
based on that video that you made?
Yeah.
That's what I tried to follow as closely as I could.
Okay. Well, here's the thing that I think you need to work on.
Mhm.
And that is, I know there's lots of YouTube videos that show this stuff and stuff like that. And that is flat tying them up and getting them so you can handle their feet.
Tie
You
them up,
know
you said?
what? Yeah, tie them up. They need to
Oh.
learn to stand tied.
Oh, I haven't done that yet, guys. Even for the rest to know, everything I do with my horses, I do at liberty. They're completely standing
Yeah,
free,
and
and
that's
there's never
great.
anybody with me.
And you know
So
what?
one of
That's
them.
great. But what if something happens to you? What's going to happen to them horses? They'll probably wind up at a killer,
Right.
especially in Canada.
Yep.
Okay. So even though liberty is a wonderful thing, okay, they need to have a solid groundwork foundation put on them so that if something ever happens to you, somebody else can come in there and handle them and they have a better chance at life.
Completely
See?
agree. I completely agree. And
And
I'm
so,
working on that as well. I'm going to be working on getting them tied and all of that.
okay,
But right now for the trimming, I don't want to do two things and confuse the hell out of them.
okay, well
Tie them and trim
you
them.
won't be. You won't be. The best thing you can do, okay, so you don't have a halter on them or nothing when you're trimming them.
Sometimes I put a halter on and maybe a little lead rope just dropping from it if if they act up a little bit. But
Hmm.
otherwise, no, I never have anything, whether I groom them or trim them.
Okay, well, in my advice is that they need to learn to be tied. They need to
Yeah,
learn to have a halter on them. They need, because see, that is part of discipline. That's part of submission. You know what I'm talking about? They need to submit.
I get you,
You
but
need to be the master and they need to submit because that's where safety is at. You know what I mean?
I
Is
agree with you, but we raise horses quite differently there. We don't do the submission and the respect kind of thing. We take a completely different approach, but I understand what you're saying in terms of they need to be
Well, I don't
disciplined. So
mean in a
sometimes you
bad
need to
way.
reap.
I
No,
don't
no,
mean in a
neither.
bad way. I
I
mean
know.
in a safe way for their
I get you.
safety and yours. For
I
their safety
completely
and
get.
yours. You know, these horses in the wild,
Hmm.
okay? They have a pecking order, okay? And that's
Yep.
that's what keeps them safe. And so what I'm saying is you develop a pecking order where you're the boss. And if that horse it needs to be stand, needs to be tied, because see, here's the problem you have. Then you
Hmm.
have a one get hurt and you have a veterinary and you have to take them to the vet or something, and it's a whole new ball game to them then to where if you will establish these it's like going to first grade,
That
you know?
happened, by the way, Linda. That actually happened exactly a year ago. One of them, the younger one, the 2-year-old, got a cut, a really bad cut by a tractor that cut her leg from the back.
Uh-huh.
And I hadn't even taught them at the time how to lift their legs. And the um, sedative that the vets were giving her was giving her colic, and she almost died.
Oh,
And
wow.
that's when I decided that I will try to get her to lift her hooves and let me change the bandage because the cut was quite deep. Thank goodness it didn't cut
Uh-huh.
any veins or anything. And she let me do it. It was painful as it was, and I was changing the bandage for 3 months straight without sedative for her. So that
Uh-huh.
worked.
Well, that's good. I'm glad that worked. And so if anybody's listening to this and you're listening to my analogy of you're the boss, you're the master, you're this, I'm just talking about being a leader. So, if you're like totally into liberty and all that, don't be getting freaked out. Okay, what I'm
No,
saying, I don't mean like we're gonna break that horse, you
I
know.
know, Linda. I
I
know what you're
I
saying
just mean
completely.
that for the horse's sake and for your own sake.
Mhm.
Okay. Now,
Sure.
but you can say, well, we this and we that. Yeah, but that's those professional, uh, not professional, what would you call them?
Sorry?
Who are the Arabs that live out on the desert?
Bedouins. We're
The
Bedouin.
Bedouins.
Yeah.
Okay, they were horsemen. All right.
Correct.
And then these people that are horsemen, they know all the tricks and the trade and stuff like that,
Yeah.
but for you, you know, it was the horseman that delivered the horse to you, you know. So, you understand what I'm saying here, you know. So I think that you ought to take on a few Western ideals here as far as safety and stuff like that, because you need to have control over these animals in a good, decent, kind way. Natural horsemanship is a good thing that teaches you how to do that and how to um, be the leader, and the horses need to learn to stand tied up. And then later, once you know more about horsemanship and stuff like that,
Mhm.
then that liberty, thing is a good thing and stuff like that. But at
By the
this
way, to tell
point,
you, sorry, to make it
yeah.
even worse, just to let you know, when I do their hoops and do everything that I do with them, both of them are free at the same time, and their characters are completely different. So
Oh,
when I say left, one understands right, and the other understands go straight. So it's quite a mess, but I enjoy it thoroughly.
okay.
Trust me. But it's
Okay.
a
Well,
mess.
that's just my advice.
Yes, and plus the person training me remotely from Dubai is actually a German trainer who does dressage, liberty, and has been breeding Arabian horses for like the past 50 years. Her name is Corina, really
Okay.
well versed lady. So I take it very, very small steps, but I've been doing it,
Does she
and
trim her own horses?
yes, she does.
Okay.
And when I told her about you, she was really happy because she said, "You're absolutely right. Heels are not supposed to be trimmed." I said, "But everybody trims them off. How come you have this different mentality, Karina?" She says, "Well, I've been with horses since I was 9. So what Linda is saying is absolutely correct. Even if no one says it after her, she's absolutely right in what
Okay.
she's teaching. And she saw your videos. And she's really happy with everything going on."
Oh, okay. Well that's good. And see, because I was raised on a ranch and had to work cattle and stuff like that, I mean, I just think of safety first with people.
I completely agree. I got kicked by them. I got bit by them. I got run over by them. I got everything done to me. And I'm not young. I'm 51, but still okay. I'm safe
Okay.
because they were crazy when I got them. They were not handled,
Okay,
completely green and
but
step by
see,
step.
you just told me, well,
Mhm.
they won't stand still enough for me to map the feet.
Yeah, that is true. Not for that long. I mean, I had one of them, and as I said, also part of it is my fault because I'm new at this. So I
Yeah.
had Akia, the younger one, who was 3 years old. She was standing there for almost an hour solid while I was trying to figure out what to do until she fell
Oh
asleep.
yeah.
So
Okay.
it's not really their fault. It's more my ignorance of what I need to do, and that's why it takes so much time.
Okay.
But mapping it, I could map. They stand long enough for that, but it's me who's got the problems, not them.
Okay. Well, maybe one thing you can do is work on just trimming the frog and the bars for the next
Yep.
couple weeks.
Frogs and the
Okay?
bars. Okay.
Frogs and bars. Okay, so let's
Well,
take a look at, let me
thank you.
save the image and I'm going to show you what needs to be done on this foot. Okay?
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I'm just getting into my car because I was at the printers mounting some papers. Okay.
Okay,
I'm in the
so
car
we're
now.
gonna,
Perfect. No, no, I'm
yeah,
here.
I'm just big time on teaching ground manners to a horse for the
I've
purpose
seen your
of
horse really well
keeping
mannered.
yourself safe, you know, keeping
Yeah.
yourself safe. And also, if something ever happens to you, then people are going to come in. Most people aren't going to handle horses like that.
You're
See?
absolutely right. And just to prove the point that you're saying, the reason why I got into the hoops and into trimming is because I did, after I taught them how to lift legs and hold them there for a while, I got a farrier, of course, the old school type of farriers who
Yeah.
do the same thing as everyone else. He came in, he managed to trim one and a half of my 2 horses.
One and a
So
half. Okay.
yeah, so the hind right and the front right, she wouldn't let
Uh-huh.
him touch those, and she sheared. The guy drove back to his house 6 hours away. So that's why I decided that I've got an unbalanced horse who's trimmed on one side and not the others, and she won't let anyone else go near her except me. So I bought tools and watched a million videos and went to the stables and started trimming their feet. That's what I did the first time. And the
Okay.
second time, luckily, I found you and your videos. So I started trying to do that. They've never been trimmed. They're now 3 and 4 years old. They've only been trimmed maybe 4 times in total over the
Okay.
past. That's it.
Well, that's better than being trimmed wrong,
They've
as far
got
as I'm
beautiful feet
concerned.
for not
Yeah.
being trimmed.
Yeah.
Sorry?
The,
I
Marilyn said
said,
they have beautiful feet for not being trimmed.
Oh, right. Well, I'm lucky, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, so like I'm going to show you on this foot. First of all, you need to trim the back of the frog more. Um, well, you just peel it down like you would an apple, kind of like kind of thin it down, you know. Um,
Is it sensitive there at the back at the end of the frog? Because I don't know if it's
well,
sensitive
see,
or not.
her bulbs are pulled under. I don't know. This was before. Let me look at this again. Hold on.
The,
Well, practice trimming your bars. Okay, now if I was to map this foot and I was to go here up on the heel, this would show me how the bar was overgrown. See, not
Linda,
as bad on the other side.
the
See?
one you're working on is actually the after, and the before is the one on the
Yeah,
left.
I
So all
know.
the Oh, okay. I thought you
Yeah,
thought
you
this.
did good. You took off a lot. Okay. But you notice how look at this bar line is there here, and
Yeah.
here over there. See how that's not the
Yeah.
same?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, okay.
So just a minute here. So let me get a, okay, so you're gonna just want to come in here and just trim down this bar. So you would just take a line and just take the edge of the knife and follow it to about there. Clean
Did
this
I make
out.
it level? Did I make it level with the sole? Because
No,
no.
no,
Okay.
no, because when you're looking at the back of the foot, the sole is not level, and the shape of the hoof capsule, if you were to take this hoof capsule off and flatten it out, it would be like this.
Take the back of the hoof. You said.
Would be like that. And so in the back of the foot, look, the sole goes down like this. The sole tapers down like so.
Yeah.
So so the back of the foot tapers in like this. The bar
Yeah.
wall here is not the same height as the wall on the outside out
Should
there.
it should not be, or it should be?
It's not.
It's not. It's
Yeah.
is it higher or lower than the wall?
Just a minute. The wall here is higher than the bar wall that goes down like this.
I see. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And the sole tapers down like that.
Yes.
See, so if you're over here and you see this bar wall where you stopped right here, okay, and you see that the sole is right here, well, that's just because it's grown up and it's laid over the sole.
I
See?
see. Because the sole in that part, I think, is quite well, almost flat, but it's inclined downwards towards the wall.
Okay.
Almost flat.
Okay, so this bar wall really should be right about here.
Oh, so I needed to trim it down more to that line that you just drew. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
I get it.
See, and that's why we do the mapping too. Because then, see, we kind of gives us a better idea.
Yeah, I remember the lines of the mapping for the wall.
Where the bar should be. You know, as again, the mapping is just you know, just ballpark to help you get in the area. Now what I like here about what I'm seeing is she's very symmetrical in her toe. See, they're same sided. So this looks good. What you did here looks real good, and how you did it. How you brought the wall down and everything looks very good. Okay? So let's see, let me undo this.
Did I need to actually bevel that wall or take off a bit more of that wall, or was that okay?
Yeah, you could bevel, you could round off the edges.
All the way to where?
Just a minute.
To the white line. Okay.
Well, to the white line, or not to the white line, but you to see this, the whiter part is called the water line.
Yeah, the water line, sorry.
Okay.
The white line.
So, you know, let's see.
So that's how much I should have taken off more.
Let's see. Let's look up here. Okay, so see now, the foot is not supposed to. Let me look at this foot here. Okay, so this area, the heels you want to grow. God, this is hard. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
You think it's hard? You think it's hard to trim when you haven't trimmed before? That is nothing. compared to trying to teach a person that hasn't trimmed before to trim over the internet.
Welcome to Corina Schmidt's world. She's the one who's been training me for 1.5 years over the internet. I know it's not easy.
But it's how I learned. When I first started, I looked up natural balance trimming, and Gene Ovnick had directions, and I read them, and then I had the tools already because my husband used to shoe horses
Oh,
on
lucky you.
occasion, not all the time, but on occasion. And so I read and read, and then I went out one day and just followed the directions, to do a
The only
basic
person,
trim.
we don't even have anybody in the family who's owned horses except for only one guy, my grandfather's uncle.
Uh-huh.
His name is Omar al-Mukhtar. He's the guy who liberated Libya from the Italians. He's the only one who had a horse. But no one else in my family. So I'm new to the whole thing since I was 9. I started riding horses, but never trimmed horses.
Huh.
You're lucky you had your husband who had horses.
Yeah.
Horses. Very lucky. I don't know how to hold the raft properly, but I try.
Okay. Yeah. See, and so the only way you learn is by, too bad there aren't some farriers around there somewhere. They wouldn't mind just teaching you some basics. What town
I
are
don't
you in?
mind paying. I'm in Toronto,
Toronto.
Canada. I don't mind paying somebody to teach me how to do this, but I just want to pay the right person to show me how
Yeah.
to do this. That's the only thing. I don't want someone like everyone else who's doing what they're doing the way they're doing it. They'll just come and mess up whatever
Yeah.
I'm trying to fix, even though
Oh,
what I'm
yeah.
doing is probably messed up, but it's
Yeah. Like
better than what they'll do.
I see where they'd come in and just take her heels right out.
Yeah, they did
Yeah.
that.
You
They did.
know, um,
And I was
when,
due to travel from Canada, so I had to bring a farrier again, another farrier, because that guy wouldn't come back, of course, because she reared. I had to bring a farrier so that they would get used to a farrier doing this work on their hooves while I traveled, because I was supposed to go to Saudi, but I didn't.
yeah.
So he did actually trim them, not last, before last was his trim, and the last one is the one you're seeing, is the one that I did.
Okay. So he probably did take some heel out of him as well
Yeah.
then.
I told him not to, but I couldn't look at what he was doing, and I didn't want to get under his skin because then I would have had to trust him with my horses while I was out of Canada. So I
Yeah.
said, do whatever it is you want to do, but please leave some heel because I don't want them to be heel-less. I don't think he really listened. He did what he wanted to do either way.
Yeah, they'll always do what they want to do, and which
Yeah.
is take the heels back to the base of the frog, which, on these horses, they're what I would call them frog bound. See, because their frogs never wore off to allow their foot to expand fully. And I mean, they've got, she ain't got the worst feet or nothing like that, but they're kind of stunted and small, and the cartilages are pulled down. See? And so you can see right here. Let me do an annotate here. Okay. Okay, right here. See how that's pulled under?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do.
See?
Yeah.
Her foot, just a minute here. Just a second. This foot, in reality, this hairline, is this the hind feet?
Yes, it is. It's
Okay.
behind right.
Okay.
This is the side that was never trimmed. The first farrier who came, she's the one who was rearing, wouldn't let him come.
Oh, okay.
That's the one.
Okay. Okay, well, her cartilages should be more like that. This wall here should be more up here.
The horse
Something a little more like that. So you see this big heavy frog here. Big, thick, heavy frog, bulbs pulled under.
Yeah.
See, you can see this kind of pointy right here, her hairline. See, when it's supposed to be straight across,
Would you say that again? I didn't get that.
okay, you can see that her bulbs are pulled down this way and the hairline goes kind of at a point there.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, that's
it's
right.
supposed to be straight across like this.
I got you. Okay,
See?
that I understand. You're quite good at drawing, Linda.
Oh yeah, stick figures.
Good
I'm an
mouse
artist
control.
by trade.
Okay, I get it.
So I would practice leaving some heel from about here to here and just taking this down and trying to make it level with the wall and then rounding off the edges and then trimming your frogs. See, continually trimming your frogs. Trim this area in here. Okay.
Yeah.
Make sure you get this apex because I can tell they got big, fat, thick frog growth. And so that is what'll hold the foot under, the back of the foot under like that.
I see. So I need to
But
pick up as much of it as I can.
considering they hardly ever get trimmed, that's still not bad.
I think their feet look good because they stayed for 2-3 years. The younger one for 3 years, and the older one for almost 4 years without getting trimmed.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah. They seem to have taken care of their own feet rather well.
Yeah, they do
so
that.
rather than doing any type of correcting, even though I see things where the horse could go, well, you just need to learn to do a basic trim. Okay. Yep. And you need to get your horses so that they will stand so you can at least map one foot. If nothing else, map the bars, just take all the feet from here forward down to the level of the sole and bevel the wall, trim up the frogs and the bars, and now your bars have to end about midpoint of your frog here. See your bars ending here. See that?
Yeah, but how do I make them end shorter than that? I just trim from the top like this and just drag it down all the way to the heel?
Well, no. Okay, so the wall of the bar, just a minute here.
Sure.
Let me just a second here.
Just the point why I'm insisting or trying really, really hard to understand this properly and apply it properly is because that I'd like to take this knowledge back to the Arab world.
Oh,
because I'm a bilingual. I speak Arabic and English, and I speak the Arabic dialect. So I want the horses in our Arabian Peninsula to actually have good, proper hooves, as opposed to the elbow method, which is what I started learning and applying to them.
Yeah, well, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, and okay. I know the people. Please.
Okay. Okay, so you see here's the bar wall. You see the bar wall here?
Yep, I do.
Okay, here's your hoof wall. See how the bar wall and the hoof wall are the same?
Yeah, the same width, you mean?
Yeah. So the hook on your knife is what you trim the bar wall with. You just this only this wide. See there? And just like the wall has different layers, the bar wall has layers too, including a lamina layer, which is on the very inside, which if it was taken down enough, you'd see it. It's what connects the bar and the sole together.
Okay.
See?
Yeah, I see. It's got layers too.
Okay, so Yeah, same layers. And this is
Okay.
something everybody needs to realize is that if you don't get this lamina layer right here, just a minute, right here, and you only get these many layers, guess what this does? It just kind of starts a smooshing
For the horse,
all
the
over
who?
the sole, like so. It'll just keep growing. Okay. And it'll choke your soul out. Now it's not doing that on her. Okay. But you got to watch that. All right. Um,
That's what will happen if I don't trim the bars back to almost the heels, right? If I don't bring the bars back further, you mean to say?
yeah. And also eventually you have to learn how to recognize the different layers so that
Okay.
eventually you will get a lamina layer right here. See? And it's
Hmm.
yellow. You can tell it, it's yellow.
Okay.
But for now her it doesn't look like the lamina's grown over her sole because I can see pock marks of sole there. So that's good. So
This
but
is, I don't know how badly I did this, but this is the first time I ever exfoliated a sole. And I was afraid of going further. I didn't know if I
you did
should or not.
good.
So I just,
You did
yeah?
good. I mean, when as you get from it, see, once you get all the flaky stuff off, you
Hmm.
get into what's called waxy live sole. Of
Okay.
course, and there's more
Yeah.
to it than that, um but in her case, this isn't a horse that's going to have retained sole. So everybody needs to know you have live sole, then you have sole that has it only grows an inch and then it dies. People say, well, we can't have live sole. That is what all everybody has called it since whenever. All right. Sole that's growing and has not ended its growth cycle yet and died off. So you have live sole, which is also a form of hard sole, hard waxy sole. Okay. But then ideally the sole will grow about an inch, then it dies, then it gets exfoliated from movement of the horse. Um, and if it doesn't, then it can be retained. And if it stays there long enough, it can be compressed to where it looks like live sole. It
I
can turn
see. So
into hard, waxy looking sole that looks like live sole. And
quite deceiving.
uh while and you can't depend on hard sole or live sole as a way to always trim. Um, because for a number of different reasons. One, I've seen horses that had long toes, let's say, let me draw one here, that had like this horse toe pretty good. Okay, that had really long toes, like so, and the sole was pulled right up there with the toe, and they had what looked like even a clean white line right next to it there. And you could trim that horse and you could trim down to live sole or hard sole plain there and not know that your toe was totally stretched forward, because even your frog apex can be stretched forward to here.
Oh,
Okay.
and
Um, or another thing that happens, usually if that's happened, your heels have been trimmed out and the real sole is clear back, buried back in here. Okay. But um, when your heels get trimmed out and all that sole gets covered over, it quits growing and you don't even know it's there. And then you got basically they're real bars, but they're displaced. see, and you could have hard sole in the heel with the heels trimmed out that wasn't the real true heel platform of the sole of the inner foot. It's false. It's not real. It's a distortion.
That's the fake heels that you spoke about before. Yeah.
Yeah, it's part of that. You know, um, it's part of that. That's why there's nothing on these feet that is going to be consistently, that's going to give you some big key for you to be able to always trim by, and it always be the same. They're because these feet, that's one thing about them. They're not consistent because they were meant to adapt to bad conditions, and
And
so when there's a drought, and a horse has to travel long ways for food and water. Just a minute. They can wear their heels out and their toes and everything else, and the whole foot adapts into a different version of itself. And with each adaptation, you're going to lose performance. You're going to lose function, a little bit at a time. But the foot is a wonderful creation and designed to adapt till it can't adapt anymore, and then the horse is lame and dead. Okay, so there are multiple versions of the original foot that happen. And you hear people talking about, oh, the foot's a wonderful thing, it just adapts. Well, when you think about people who are disabled and they have to use adaptation devices, they adapt, but they're disabled, right?
yeah,
Okay. And the rest of their body suffers in some degree, somewhere along the line, they're losing something, right? Well, that happens to the horse as well. So while adaptation is a great thing, that's not what you want. You want your horse to have the feet he was intended to have. You don't want to put the feet on your horse of a horse that had to travel 20, 30 miles a day to find food and water. You know, um, uh, some people make that sound like it's some romantic deal. Yeah, you're gonna trim your every time you trim your horse, you're gonna mimic taking off enough as if your horse had to travel 20 miles a day. Well, you know, first of all, those horses, as they're traveling, their feet are consistently growing every day, every day. And the thing about it is, okay, so I tell you this story. So BLM here 10 years ago or so had an adoption here in Girard, Kansas, their first one. So I
sorry,
went
what's
to that.
BLM? What's
Bureau
it?
of Land Management that catches the
Okay.
wild horses in America.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So they had an adoption. And so I was talking to this guy about the feet on these horses. He said when they first get them in, their feet grow like crazy. So they wait 6 months before they have anybody come in to trim them so that their feet, the growth will slow down. Okay. So when a horse has to move that much to sustain its life, okay, the feet grow into overdrive to grow. But your horse that's just hanging out in your sod pasture in your corral or whatever, the growth is not going to be the same. And so then if you have a trimmer come in every 3 weeks and take off what some horse would have wore off traveling 20 miles a day over a 3-week period of time, gradually you're trimming the feet out of that horse because he's not going to restore and replenish his foot the way it should. And plus, Plus, the biggest problem is that this image has been put in everybody's head that these feet are supposed to have a 30-degree hairline and no heels. So they're constantly taking the foot, trimming the foot out of the horse. So you can't do that. There is no constant thing that you're not gonna find a gimmick that's gonna make these feet just right. The only thing you can do is learn the anatomy and learn how to trim, which is not an easy task, but it's doable. I did it.
It is.
Okay.
It is doable.
If I could do it, anybody could do it. And
The
I
biggest
did it.
yeah, Marilyn did it.
like that.
Hey, how old were you when you started, Marilyn? Are you there? Well, she was at
Ireland.
least, hello?
Yeah, I'm here. I was 71 when I started. I'm now 78.
There you go.
Perfect. Perfect.
There you go. Now that should really give you hope.
Perfect. A whole lot of hope. Yes.
My God,
A
if these
whole lot.
older women can do it, I can do it.
I definitely can do it. I can try at least.
Yeah,
You
I'm an
can.
old lady. You can do it.
You can absolutely.
And
Yes.
trust me, there's nothing stopping me except myself and my lack of knowledge when it comes to this, and that's why I'm asking.
Yeah. See, what would help, is if you, well, see, now I tell people this. I told a couple girls, I made the mistake. I'll never do it again. Okay. There are a couple gals lived in Florida, right? And so they were getting into tech, and I thought, man, you too bad there ain't some place you can go to learn just the basic trims, how to basic trim. And so they did, and that was the last I saw of them. I don't know what happened to them, but they got converted, you know.
Of course, it's easy to convert back, and I'll tell you why. It's because they have one singular mapping protocol, and everything is supposed to fit into that module. So it's simple. You
It
see,
makes it
they don't
easier.
understand
Yeah.
the change. Yeah, of course. People don't like challenges. I don't. I've been trying to get in touch with you, and you've been very busy, and I know you've had so many circumstances. And rather than go back, I was like, no, I'll wait and I'll try. And I kept watching videos and I kept bugging you until you said, okay, just come on this and let me get
And
rid of you.
and I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did, because I was feeling kind of bad, but I had a couple bad weeks.
Nah, no, it's
So,
okay. The thing I really fear that I've messed up, Linda, is when you look at the side of that hoof, there's that piece that I chipped off because my impression was that the heel is supposed to be um, higher or taller than the rest of the wall. So the same foot, if you just look at the crack right above where you are, you can see that crack. That's
yeah.
because of me. It was not there before. You can see the before was flat. I messed it up there
No,
myself.
there's nothing wrong with cracks. We're putting cracks in them on purpose.
Yeah, I put these cracks there. I felt I did
Yeah, don't
something
worry
like
about it. No,
catastrophic.
nothing
Okay.
wrong with it. Nothing wrong with any of that. Believe me. Okay? Uh, if it was me, I'd come up and crack this whole piece off here. So,
Yeah,
I just come up
makes
here
sense.
and crack that piece
But
off right there.
you know why I didn't? I thought of doing that, honestly, Linda, but why
Uh-huh.
I didn't is because I thought that I was, by doing this, ugliness, I thought I was giving the heel more height. I wanted to retain as much as I could from the
Yeah.
height of the heel and try to level the rest of the wall. But it
Yeah.
didn't work, obviously.
Yeah, no, but you did fine. You're fine. Uh, because like I say, we're using those notches. The back of her foot is pulled down, and you can see that the horn tubules are pulled down. So if you come in here and do a notch like what we're doing, that it just helps her pull the back of her foot up, is all. Helps the hoof capsule move. These horses will break big chunks out of their quarters. And what happens when they do is then they're able to move their heels back up. Here, I'll show you a picture. I think I got some notches somewhere. let's see here. The notch. JKLM. Yep. Let's see if I have some here. Let's see. Try JKLM and I may not have any saved in this bunch.
You drew a whole lot of Mandali's foot earlier in the chat.
Yeah, well, no, I was looking for pictures. You know how we were saving pictures of notches?
Yeah, I do remember.
I guess I don't know where they're at. Huh.
They're
I
not
don't know.
easy to find. Even putting these hoofs pictures together drove me crazy. That's why I've marked out each and every single hoof. It'll take me 4 days just to sort out the hoof. So I don't
Yeah.
blame you for not pictures. It's not easy.
Okay,
I
here
mark all of mine too. It's the only
I'll
way to
sh-
keep track of them.
I'll show you a
Yeah,
notch
I
I
swear.
made. Let's
I
see.
feel like a reach.
Let's see. Okay, so here is right here is look at this was Valor's foot in 2019. Okay, now you look at it here and you think, oh well, that's nice, and look at the hard sole in the heel. Hard sole. Okay. But here's the thing. Look at the cartilage. See that? That is not the way cartilage is. Let me show you what cartilage is supposed to look like. Not on his foot that I'm doing now, but on let me find a good foot. Just a minute. Well, this won't work. Just a minute here. I got more examples, but we'll use this. Okay, this is the way cartilage is supposed to be. Okay, you see the length of it here. See this little bump here? Okay, it's
Yeah.
supposed to extend behind the pastern right there. It's not supposed to be curled in a round circle like that. Just a minute. Let me see if I can find another one. Hold on. See, being able to look at the side of a foot and see that cartilage. Well, I'm going to have to look into wild horse pictures. Just a minute. Oh, do-do-do-do. Just a second. Just a second, I'll find them. Now, see, these are all, most of them anyway, are wild horse pictures that I'm saving to show what their feet really are like. And why are they a good example? Because nobody ever trimmed them, they had to trim themselves. And there are some people that have done some supposed research that try and say the wild horse isn't a good example. But these people had an agenda. And that agenda is that, oh, the veterinary world could not be wrong, no matter what. And so when they went out to study horses in the outback, it was with the purpose of proving that what the vets have been teaching for 250 years is correct. And what everybody else was saying about uh, the wild horse, natural horse, blah, 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 was wrong. So there was an agenda there. Now, here, I'll show you this foot here because this is off of painting a painting done by Charles M. Russell. Does anybody know who that is? It's two wild stallions fighting. And it's kind of hard to see, but they have very lot of heel and very big cartilages. Let's see here. Okay, so here's a wild horse foot, and they have very big cartilages. Look at the frog. Where's the frog? And these heels are 2 inches, at least 2 inches high. Look at the sole, the convex sole ridge. Here's a horse in self-trim. I just like
Wow.
this picture. So see, don't feel bad about your horse.
My God. At least he
Okay.
did that to himself. It wasn't done by some.
No, but you know what? I'd rather have this than some of these fancy trims I've seen where everything looks so perfect. But in reality, the horse is like they've trimmed the foot out of the horse. Little tiny foot, and stuff. So let's see here. Okay, so let me get over here. I'm looking for a good example. Take me a minute. Okay. This is a pretty good example here. Okay, let me see. New share. Huh. Well, oh, there we go. Okay, so this sandwash basin, wild horse. Look at the cartilage. See? Now, that is not a low heel. It's just that his foot's in the dirt. Let's see here. There we go. These horses have big cartilages out the back of the foot. Anyway, I don't want to spend the whole time looking for. This is Salt River horse. I think this is the horse I showed you before. All these wild horses, their bulbs are off the ground. They have lots of heel. So I spend a lot of time. See the heel? See the cartilage? It's not a round circle like that,
Yep, I see it.
you know. Look at this guy. See, he's got nice big full cartilages. Yeah, I collect a lot of pictures of these horses. Man, their feet are something else. Nothing like what? Well, look at this one. See, now there is a great example. They extend back behind the pastern. So you have more foot behind the pastern than you do toe in front of the pastern. See, that's the way all of our horses' feet were supposed to be. But because they either don't get enough movement, so that the frog wears and exfoliates, and the back of the foot exfoliates enough so when their foot is growing, their cartilages can extend, or they get their heels constantly over trimmed and their frog never trimmed, and that just binds that foot under there because again, the capsule comes off in one piece like a shoe, and it is meant to hold the back of to support the back of that foot in a specific location. So yeah, Salt River. Oh, there's our boy. Isn't he beautiful? Look at that.
Yep,
Look at
it
that
is.
foot. See, look at that frog. Huge. Look at the depth of the heel there. He has not got low heels. He's got a big, thick, fat frog sticking out behind those heels. See, you can't trim that into him. If you try and trim that into him by constantly taking those heels back, anytime you take the heels back, you take them down, and that pulls all that cartilage down, pulls all this cartilage down, pulls this frog down, shoves all this forward into the foot. It actually strips the frog out of the foot, you know. So,
Yeah, it looks like a nice high heel too, which is good.
yeah. Well, and it is. Let's look here. Let's do an annotate here because this is a clearer picture than the one I had. And we will look. Let's see. Let me move something here. Okay, so the heel, okay, so here's the heel point. Right there. The heel goes clear up here. That's how high his heels are.
Yeah,
And
they're
then,
impressively high.
yeah, and then the coronary band is up here. Okay? And then
Yeah.
the frog, well, we'll make him green. The frog, this part of the frog is vertical under the foot. Right here, see right there? Right there, it goes horizontal up behind the foot, like so. Something like that. And the frog here attaches to the heel so that you don't realize there's really any separation here. You know, see, that's the thing. Frog skin will attach the side of the heel all the way down so that people think they're not looking at this part. They're just looking down here and they think, oh, he's got low heels. No, he doesn't. He's got a big, fat, thick frog that from here to here is 2 inches. That's the frog stay. Up, back, behind the heels, between the bulbs, big, thick, fat frog.
So basically, it's congruent to the height of the heel itself, is the
Yeah,
height of the frog in this case.
yeah. And sometimes the frog, just the way the foot is, for that particular horse or whatever, you won't see the frog attached to the heel wall. And so what happens when you trim the heels out and then the horse makes false heels is instead of frog, you can have stretched periopal bulb skin, stretched periopal, where it looks like these horses have big bulbs. And it's periopal skin. They have no frog and they have big stretched periopal bulbs like that. Because the periopal takes the place of the frog when the frog is trimmed out of the foot to hold the the capsule onto the foot. Okay, so anyway.
Yep,
Okay.
that was clear. Thanks.
So yeah, this is the most wonderful, awesome picture. I just love this picture. Ha! Look how the river rock.
And it's a funny one too.
It is, isn't he? Aren't they wonderful? They're just wonderful. So people can mistake this and often do for a horse having low heels. Okay, so anyway, let's see here. So I was showing you the picture of my horse. Let me go back to that. Kind of then and now. because my horse's feet aren't fully there. My horse's feet, first of all, the sole in the heel was covered over and trimmed out for so long that as the foot has expanded and the heels uncurled and opened up, it opened up areas of sole on the bottom of the foot that hadn't grown maybe ever. Okay, so when you look at the bottom of this foot, this is what you're seeing. To whereas the other foot from the sole view looked perfectly beautiful and ideal. Let's see here. Okay, so this is 2019 right here. And this is the foot I had, and I was close to thinking I'd arrived from the bottom. I mean, my goodness, looks like big strong bar and good heel buttress, but boy, look at the thick, nice, good sole in the seat of the corn and in the sole platform here, right in here. Both sides. Look, even have a nice clean white line all the way around. But what? I had learned that the cartilage is not supposed to look like that. Okay? So, irregardless of how it looked on the bottom, I knew from looking here that it wasn't right. And so I started trimming this out here. You see that there? Well, first of all, I want you to see something. Look at the bulbs, how they're pulled in like that. Okay? At that time, I didn't realize that in reality, the true heel buttress was not even growing here. It was buried up in the foot. So, irregardless of how this looks, this is not the real heel. Okay? Now, look at this foot. You're going to say, well, that's ugly as hell. But this is more his true foot than this was. And you look at the cartilages here. See, now this was a month or two ago, I guess. But now what I want you to see something. Look at this foot here. Now, I thought this was the real buttress, but it wasn't. Look, if you look at the side view, see this little white stripe here? And this is what a lot of people find out. Their horse's feet never had any white in it. And then they start growing heel and they get a white heel buttress. That's because when the heels are trimmed out and the whole foot is constricted, it destroys the pigmentation. The sole on my horse used to be solid gray. When I first started trimming him, his soles were solid gray. From barefoot trimming his heels out, constricting the whole foot, turned his soles white. And then when his heel buttresses grew, well, whatever this part was, it's part of his heel buttress, I guess. Whatever this was, I think this is just sidewall. It turned white when it grew back in. It was white. Now, and he went from having black hooves actually to having striped hooves. Because as the foot got bigger and it released more of the parts of the wall that grow, it grew in white and brown. So you see that little stripe. Looky here. See, that little stripe is clear up here now.
Yeah.
See, this is all new, a new kind of foot, new heel buttress, all that growing in here. See the different
frustrating.
Sorry?
That was
I
somebody,
think,
I don't know.
yeah,
So
it's probably
now,
muted. I
now
think.
this is a while back. This is not his foot now. So when you see this, this is a stretch forward apex. Now his whole frog has moved back. Now, what I found out too was that his heel buttress was clear up in here, pushed into his frog, and that his heels were totally curled in. So I'll show you the most current from my last trim. Because what am I doing? I'm trying to get that whole frog and all of that to open up and to move back to where it's supposed to be so it can grow like what I'm telling you. And since I have come to understand this is what their foot is supposed to be like, and I have trimmed towards that direction, he has just gotten, in spite of how the foot may not look ideal, like, has been put in our brain pan, okay? He has
Was
just gotten
that
nothing but more and more sound, good-footed, able to go over rocks, um, you name it.
that trim or that chip at the bottom of the hoof? Was that on purpose or was
Yeah,
that
that
so?
was on purpose.
Oh,
See, because we started seeing that these wild horses, um, when their toes get long and their heels get a little underrun, they will break out a notch in the quarter, and their heels will stand back up.
that's right.
See,
Okay, so
so
that I did is probably gonna be something good. Okay.
now I'll show you. Now, we had a friend from Argentina that did a blender deal for me, and her it was interesting that her rendition of the foot did show the true foot of the horse. I'm going to show that to you. Or the blender, just a minute. Let's see. Just got to find it. Yeah, I may not have it here. Good. Oh, here we go. Oh, nope, that is not it. Well, I don't know where it's at. So we're going to skip that for now. To find it. So you can get another idea of what the back of that foot is supposed to look like. See, if we don't know what it's supposed to be, how can we trim to get it? Or how will we know when our horse's feet aren't that way? You know? So I'm going to go to Facebook. Just a minute here. Now, Ash, what I'm telling you on this foot is going to apply to all the feet. Okay? Here, instead of going to me, I'm going to go back to you and we're going to finish going through your horse's foot so we don't get.
Thanks. I don't want to take up too much time. The others might have questions as well. I mean, you've given me a whole lot of time.
Thanks.
You know, um, okay, so let's just go through just a minute here. New share. Okay, so look, it's the same thing. You just need to work on the bars and bring them over. Your bars end at about the center of your frog on all these feet. Now, but you, for the first time and doing this, you did a good job. You know?
Thanks. Thank you very much for that. I'm looking. Even I'm not the guy who takes criticism badly of any sort. What I'm looking for is what I did wrong, the biggest mistakes I did, so I can avoid those and just keep
Well,
improving.
you could take your bars down more. if once you get, so you map the feet, it'll be better because then you'll know where your heels are at, um, and things like that. You'll know more where to take your bars down to.
Okay, so but in terms of the level of the bars, they of course should never be longer than the hoof wall, and they should actually be lower than the hoof wall, is what
Yeah,
you're saying.
yeah,
Okay,
lower
not
than the hoof
level with
wall.
the sole. Is
Right,
it
like,
level with the sole, or is
yeah,
it
like,
higher than the sole?
yeah, like right here, they're higher, they're as high or higher than the sole. See on this
Where?
picture?
Which one? Uh,
Do I have it on there? See
you
this?
have the picture of the six hooves there, yeah, which is the hind left.
Okay. So this bar looks higher than the sole. See, because they will grow up and lay over the sole.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And stuff. So I'm looking at what you had before and what you had after, and that is a really good start.
Okay,
See?
great.
Okay. Um, so so you have to start somewhere, you know. So I would do this same trim, except you need to mark your heels so that you make sure you don't take them down. Okay?
Okay.
Because you, okay, look at the, let's see here. Now, see,
The
this
heels
looks pretty
zero.
good. This looks pretty good right here because it looks like you kind of stood her up a little more. Took
Uh,
down the toe a little bit so
yeah,
that brought the toe down so that, or so see how she's at a steeper angle here than here?
yeah, yeah.
It,
She stood up a bit more.
yeah, it is important to stand these horses up for this purpose, that anytime you don't and you allow the back of that foot to be pulled down, whether it's from the toe being high, okay, or like high, um, so that it sets all these horn tubules at a lower angle. Because if you don't, because the foot wants to stand up. That's the way it's made. It This cartilage is meant to be up. And so, if person takes more heel down and you've got this angle where these horn tubules are pressing forward, well, that foot still wants to stand up. That's going to create that leverage where you got the foot pulling, the capsule pulling one way and the foot pulling the opposite direction. Now, if you'll notice in her foot here, a lot of times we look at these people, and they've got horses with white feet, and you'll see red marks in here.
Blood. In here. That be
Yeah.
blood.
Yeah. And so you don't see that in her.
No, I didn't notice any blood on her on the
Yeah,
insides of
and
the line.
she's got good, thick, solid walls. So you've got good feet to work with here.
Thank goodness.
But again, you need to work on your bars. You need to work on getting them to stand so you can, even if you map, just map the bars and the heels.
Okay.
Just that. Now, one thing you could do here is clean this out between the bulbs. Right here. See where this crack is? You need to clean that out.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, learn how to trim that out.
I did actually a bit. I remember that. I tried, but I didn't want to go too far back because I didn't know if it's sensitive for the horse or not
Yeah,
to trim it
well,
out.
I'll show you what I did to mine.
Almost like they
know?
get tickled when I touch that place.
Yeah,
I don't know.
could be if her foot is pulled under, but it's a lot deeper there than what you think a lot of times. Okay, so this looks good because look, uh, she was really getting crooked here and that toe was growing out of shape and you straightened it up pretty good. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Again, you want to make sure that, of course, it could be the way the foot is standing and stuff, but you want to make sure you're standing them up. So like always take more toe than heel, you know. Um, see, to take more toe than heel, that means that you'd leave heel. See how I would go a little more?
I see. That's my
Less
question.
here, less here,
I wanted to
more
know,
here.
how would I be able to gauge how much more I can take from the toe? And that would be through the mapping, right?
Yeah, and learning how to look at the sole, like, I wonder what the measurement is here on her foot.
3 inches, 3 inches. And
3 inches?
the heels were 1.75, both on the left and right after the trim.
Okay. Well, from the amount of sole they have and stuff like that, you can usually always take at least this much. See, that's not
Okay.
very much.
No, and I
You
just
know.
rasp it off. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you're just taking off like a very thin cantaloupe slice there.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Thin wedge, more heel or more toe. Also, yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, for your first trim and what you did, you did nothing harmful at all.
Okay.
You did good.
Great. That's good. Thanks.
Yeah.
Much appreciate your time and all this advice. And I'll keep watching the videos and I'll keep doing the mapping. But thank you so much for this.
Okay. Oh, wow, look here. So these bars are really thick and deep. So here's where, now look how the bar goes all the way to the apex of the frog. Okay. So yeah, you're going to have to trim off these bars and bring them down, bring them over and down to where they end about here in the middle of the frog.
Now I see what you're saying. So thank you. Now I get it. I didn't before, but now it's clear. I think maybe it's because it's my horse's hoof. That's why maybe I can understand a bit more because I did this then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and again, clean out between here and back there. Get that cleaned out. Okay.
Okay.
Which, this is front left.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, now do you see the bar? How it's over here?
Yeah. Yeah. I
See, again, they're supposed to start right here at the heel tip and end midpoint of the frog right here. That's where they end anatomically on the inner foot.
Okay. Linda, if you don't mind taking a look at the front right, this is the foot that she had the most problems with. The cracks were there. Everything was there. It was a messed up foot. It took a lot to fix that.
Okay.
And it was one of the feet that weren't trimmed by the first variant.
Tell me when I get to it here.
Sure, I know it like the back of my hand. You'll just, there it is.
There we go.
Right. Yeah. And she's always quite apprehensive about that foot. I don't know why.
Yeah.
And she doesn't think to know nothing.
Yeah, she's almost what you call club-footed.
Yep.
Exactly.
But you didn't take any pictures of the sole?
Probably did take a picture of the sole for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe I didn't attach it, but
well,
fine.
I can tell by looking here that you did a very nice balanced job that helped this foot here. Okay. But she's wanting to have a club foot, as they call it, and that means she is probably frog bound.
Actually, if you go to the next picture, I think it's also the front right. It's the same one with the frog. You can see the frog there.
Well, this one?
I think in that highlighted portion, it says front left. No, we were looking for the front right. You'll see it highlighted in yellow at the bottom of the picture. Go back. Was that it?
That was it.
Front right. Front right is what I want. Front right. Front right. That's behind right. Behind left. Behind left.
That's
Front right.
it.
Yep,
Yeah,
Go
that's
there's
back
it.
no other
one.
picture then, huh? I don't think I
Nope.
sent you that one.
No, but I guarantee you that a lot of the problem is in the frog and in the bars. Or it's just not allowing her growing foot to expand.
Hey, Linda,
Yeah.
go back one frame. That's it right there.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Oh,
Perfect.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Good eye
Thank you.
there.
Thank you. And it's actually
Okay.
the same one we were discussing, which was the front left, but I couldn't see it. It was out of screen. Perfect.
Okay. So you see how big the bars are, how big and heavy
Yeah.
the bars are. Okay, so
Yeah.
those bars are keeping her foot from expanding, and they're probably pushing up into the bottom of her foot. So you're gonna have to really trim those and see. So because of that, her foot is not. Her foot may be trying to grow, but it can't get any bigger because the bars are holding it right where it's at.
See. And
Just a
you said
minute.
the bars should be level with the sole when I trim them, right? And
They're lower than the sole.
the
Well, I
lower.
mean, the sole itself is tapered. See, so they're lower than the wall, because the sole tapers down. You know, just a minute here. Let me make a bigger deal here.
Thanks.
See, I mean, everybody's had these kind of problems to deal with. Now we're seeing how a club foot can develop. You know, the bars. Look, them bars are holding that capsule and that frog right there while the foot is trying to expand. You know, uh, just a minute here. Okay. So you see how your bars are even higher than your sole here?
Yeah. And you said they should be level with the sole or even lower than the sole, right?
Well, they taper down.
They,
Uh,
they, what do
they
you mean by
taper
taper
down.
down?
The sole is not level. The sole ain't flat there. The
Yeah, that's
sole
right.
tapers down.
Oh,
So
okay.
they should follow the lower part of the sole. Just a minute here.
Hey, Linda,
Yeah.
this is like what you and I were talking about yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking that too.
This is, if it was me, I would start at the very back of the heel. I would go forward maybe a half inch, and I would go directly from the top of the bar down into the collateral groove and clean everything out of that groove forward and around the tip of the frog, and the same thing on the other side.
Yeah, the sole as well, huh?
Well, not
You
the
Well,
mean you
sole,
take
but
the
not the sole, but this, look, it's got this ridge here.
that
See?
all looks to me like the
See that?
bar getting smeared forward.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So I would take all of that out, but not quite back as far as you're. Well, okay, I can live with that.
Okay,
so
so
you mean from the front what sorry. What you were saying now is that you take those bars off from the front all the way to the heel, just trim them off, or did I misunderstand?
yeah, take all of this out. See? Take this even
Lower.
down a little bit more. See, here's the thing. If you take a hoof pick and you run it along the inside of here, you're going to find a lump here. That is the natural place that the bars end.
Okay.
See? On the inner foot. And so
On the
that
bar.
is the natural place they end right there. Right in here.
There. Okay, I get you. So everything forward of that point should be taken completely off, and everything behind that point should be more or less uh, more or less level with the back of the sole towards the heel.
Yeah, look
Correct?
here. See? See, when you're done, it'll look like this.
Oh, all right, all right. I get
About like
you.
that.
And that those white lines will basically be the remainder of
That'll
the
be the
bars
bar
that I
line.
trimmed.
Yeah, the
Okay.
bar line, which it's right here now.
Yeah, which I've never seen before. At least I've never paid attention to before until
See,
you
and over
pointed it
here,
out
it's
to me.
just kind of messy, like so.
This
This
is
is a
why
hoof that if an x-ray got taken care of,
Hmm.
I would almost bet that this coffin bone is rotated, lifted up
Yeah, lift it up. Absolute.
in the
Yep.
back.
upward. Okay. So it probably tilts upwards, the coffin
Yeah.
bone, right?
Yeah.
The back of it.
The back of it. Oh, the back of the coffin bone is tilted upwards. So her
Yeah.
foot is pointing downwards, and that's why it's clubbed. It makes
Yeah.
Yeah,
sense.
part
Yeah.
of it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, that makes sense.
it kind of looks to me like that center part from the cornet band to the ground is tighter, and then you got them bars and frogs overgrown. So it's actually pushing that coffin bone up out of the capsule.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly.
Guys, I appreciate everything that you guys are saying way more than you think I am. So thank
Oh,
you all.
hey,
Really.
You can I add something?
sure.
I don't know how to pronounce your name. I apologize.
Ash. ASH.
Ash?
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah. What's your name?
My name is Dean.
Name. You're the first guy I meet here. How you doing?
I'm good. This is a classic case. You do not want to take any of the bottom of the foot off until you get this back end released. Because with the coffin bone tip facing, if the coffin bone is rotated with the tip facing towards the ground, then the coffin bone is all that's given that toe any protection at all. That makes sense?
No, not to me. Not to someone with my level of understanding of hoops right now. I'm
So
sorry,
you
but I
would
gotta.
you would definitely want to focus on trimming your frog and your bars, and even a
Mhm.
little bit on those heels, and then just kind of mostly focusing on that. The back of the hoof will open up and start to relax and lower some, and the cornet band will start to relax and come into place. Once all that happens, then you can focus on trying to bring your toe back and where it needs to be. And it'll all come together once the back of that hoof comes back where it needs to be.
But
Well,
in
his
the
toe actually
meantime, leave the
doesn't.
toe alone.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes.
leave the
I
toe
leave the
alone.
toe alone, is what you're saying, right?
Yes, as you
Yeah.
correct the hoof, the toe will eventually follow as the back of the hoof comes back where it's supposed to be. So leave that built up sole to protect the tip of your coffin bone.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is I leave the front and just work on the back and work on the bars and work on the front.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
and if you look here, there ain't no toe to bring back.
Yeah.
Not
See,
much, no.
there is
There
no
isn't.
toe.
Well,
Uh,
Ash, make
when
sure
you
you
so when you
understand.
look at the sole, somebody might think that at first, but in reality, look, he ain't got no toe. Uh, everything's standing well. The foot is bent and compressed, and so yeah. And so what everybody's telling you is release the back of the foot, and yeah,
And let it relax.
It
yeah,
almost
Okay.
looks like he's built up excess sole in that toe to help protect that area because of the angle it's sitting up at.
yeah, it could be.
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
I have a similar foot on my new mare,
Okay,
and actually have x-rays of that foot with the coffin bone pointed down.
really?
Yeah. They told me when I got her that she was a natural club, and I'm like, she may have been like that for a long time, but I'm hoping that I can at least make it better.
Do you have any pictures?
Yeah, I actually sent you some pictures a while back and you probably missed my
Hey, Linda,
message.
Yeah.
hold on. Got a volume problem. Can you hear me?
Just a second. I'm trying
Yeah.
to figure out what's what. Just a second. Okay, did you say you sent me some pictures?
I did. Rachel, Spoon, Paul. It was a couple weeks ago, and I've been meaning to check back in with you.
Okay, because I don't even, did I acknowledge it?
No, I don't think you saw the message.
I didn't. I'm
Um,
sorry.
Let me send you another quick message just so that it pops up to the top again.
Okay.
I sent it back on November 14th, and I'm like, I should check back in with her, but it never seems like a good time when I think of it. So,
Okay. Let's see here. I'll go to Facebook.
Linda, can you hear me?
Oh, I got you here. Just a second. I can hear you. Why?
If Ash is still there,
Yep.
you might want to explain the difference between moving the toe back and taking toe off the bottom, because that terminology gets confused a lot. And what I was
Oh,
actually
yeah.
trying to imply to Ash was not to take any toe off the bottom either. Don't do either one. Don't push it back or take it off the bottom. But
Keep the toe alone, basically.
yeah, but there is a difference between, some people will say push something back, move the toe back, and moving the toe back is if you look at your top picture, your after picture, moving the
Yeah.
toe back is pushing the toe from the front of the hoof back towards the heel.
Which is what I did here.
No. No, he's just wanting us to explain to you. People will talk about, oh, you got to take the toe back, or take the toe down. Okay.
He's
So
really got a point, because they both mean the same thing to me. That's
yeah,
why he said it to him. So thank you,
yeah.
guys.
So I'll show you on this picture what it
Okay.
means. Okay. So
All
this
right.
is this the picture, Rachel?
no,
No.
that is my other mare.
Okay.
Maybe the pictures didn't come through before.
Why is not this thing changing? Just a minute here.
It should be a sorrel horse. And she had shoes on the first pictures I sent you.
I'm looking. Is wait a minute. Just a second here. Is it this one? This is a sorrel. Are you seeing this?
I'm seeing it, but I don't know if it is this one.
Are you there, Rachel?
Sorry, I got muted. No,
No.
that wasn't the right one. That was a
Okay.
different one. It's like if I go to the page where you're showing the pictures, it mutes me.
Huh. Yeah, they're not here. Was it recent? Let's see here. I have lost everyone.
Nope, still here.
I
Can you
mean,
hear
Same
me?
here. I'm still here.
you know that little box that shows all the boxes like the Brady Bunch? Here's the story. Where is that? Oh, okay. Found it.
Guys, is anybody here at all in Canada, or nobody's in Canada? It's just me and my horses.
I think it's just you and your horses.
Crickets. 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 Well, you know, they could be in Canada, be 3,000 miles away from you still. Canada's big, like America. Okay, so while we are waiting for Rachel, who's gonna have to
Can,
send me those pictures again, I'm gonna show you what it means to take down and to take back. Okay.
Right.
All right. So, okay, do you see these feet on in the picture? Do I got two black feet there? Or one
Yep.
black? Okay.
There's two.
Oh, two. So, all right. So, just as a matter of fact, the wall grows down, but it also grows forward, right?
Yep.
So, so if we were to take an even amount back from the heel to the toe, it's not level, but see, I'm an even amount. It would
Yeah.
naturally take that area back as well. See what I'm saying?
Which area back as well?
Well, all of it. Like
Okay.
because the wall grows down and forward.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, so here's the length of the wall. See, this is the toe. You see that right there?
Yeah.
Okay, if we were to take this much off, the toe would wind up here. See
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so when you take an amount down, like I might rasp, let's say if I rasped an even amount, this much heel and this much toe, it's going to take everything back, okay, as well as down. First, it takes it down. As it's taking it down, it takes it back because for the simple reason that the wall grows down and forward. See?
Okay, so if you reverse it, if you take it off, then it moves backwards. Basically, you
Yeah,
take everything. Okay.
exactly. You're reversing it. It moves backwards. And so like if I want to stand the foot up, if I want to take the toe down, which technically I'm wanting to, it's going to naturally take it back. See?
Yeah,
So
of course.
let's say I didn't want to take any heel, but I wanted to take some toe. Okay. Let's say I took a wedge off like that much. Okay. You know what that's going to do? That's going to tip the foot up. It's going to stand the foot up. It's going to keep the heels at the same height. It's actually going to bring the back of the foot higher. Okay.
See.
And the front of the foot lower,
Oh,
as well as bring the toe back. Oh,
perfect.
but I'm okay, but there's another way they bring the toes back that I hardly don't really do much of all anymore. And that is this deal here where like I used to do this a lot, where you take it back like this. So you take it back like that. And usually they'll do a big old Mustang roll or something on
Mm-hmm.
it. See, taking it back, like you could take it back. You now, if I did a little bit of a bevel, that would take it back. That only takes the wall back, though.
Okay.
So if I did a bevel in here, I come in here. Let me undo that. So do a bevel, and just a minute. Let me get a different deal here. And so, take it back a little, like so. But sometimes people come in and take a lot back, do a big old Mustang roll like that.
Oh,
That's taking a toe back. See what I mean?
okay. So,
Yeah. And so I never do a Mustang roll anymore. Um, uh, but I do a bevel, and I do take toes down by taking them like this, and there would be times on certain situations that you would take, like if you had a foot that was down and then grew way out like this, which some do, okay?
Which is what that foot looked like, by the way. The other, my horse's foot is that's the shape. It was almost like a palm on the ground. It looked really odd
Huh. Okay.
initially, because I saw a video yesterday of maybe 1.5 years ago when I first got him, and I
Oh, okay.
realized.
So
And I
so
was, oh,
oh, go
sorry.
ahead.
I was just going to mention on that foot, the one we were looking at from the bottom, that,
Mm-hmm.
we're telling y'all not to touch the sole or anything like that, or backing up the toe or shortening the toe.
Mm-hmm.
But if you do have a big old chunk of hoof wall, you will want to, shorten that like you did in the picture, because otherwise it will flare and want to run forward, and it could pull your toe forward with that. So just kind of
Yeah.
maintain that
Yeah.
hoof wall like you did, and then focus on the back.
And then
Right.
just take off the sole, is what you're saying.
No, don't take off the sole.
Don't take off the soles, right? Is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lower the
Don't take
hoof
off
wall
the
down
sole.
to the point you already did, which was really good.
Yeah.
If you
Yeah.
leave the wall extended like the original picture, it creates a lot of leverage on that
Yeah.
wall. And that's actually how that one picture that Linda showed you, that the wild horse that self-trimmed,
Mm-hmm.
that's why he self-trimmed. The wall got past the sole, so now it left the wall with no support behind it. And at some point, he stepped on a rock or something harder, and the leverage broke that part of the wall off. And it sounds bad, but I've actually just gone through that with my own horse. And you may not know it, but a horse turns over a whole hoof on average in a year. So that's about an eighth of an inch a month. So don't panic when you may get a chip on the hoof or something like that, and a lot of newbies will panic, and it's like, don't panic, just keep it rounded, make sure it doesn't have a sharp edge that's going to get caught on something and continue the damage. It'll grow back. It's not a big deal.
I remember panicking once when I first started looking at them, because there was a chip and there was a crack in the middle of the hoof. But then a farrier that I brought, he was doing other horses. He said, "No, it's okay. This will fix itself." I said, "All right,
Yep.
thanks."
Very true.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
you understand the difference now?
Yep. I understand the difference. Thank you guys very much for pointing it out.
Okay.
Okay. So Rachel, is there a particular reason you're here today?
Uh, well, I mean, I try to listen to these. I usually catch them on the replay, so I'm not here a lot, but I have been following along.
Okay. I didn't know if there's something specific you needed or something. That's the only
Well,
reason
I
I was
would
asking.
like help on this one, Hoof. Did my pictures come through now?
Let me go see. Devin, we'll do you after this one, okay? Sorry.
Thank you very much again, everybody, for all the knowledge
Okay,
that
that's
you've given.
Look at your feet. I'd like to see your feet. But I never get a chance to catch Rachel, so
No, that's fine.
let's see. What am I doing and where am I going? Ask myself this a lot. Okay. Oh my. Yeah, that looks clubby. Let's see. I Sharon?
I sent some from when I first got her, and the x-ray is from March, I think. And then my most recent photos.
Okay. What's her name? Mally? Wow.
Yeah, her name's Mally.
All right. So this is with the shoe on. It's when you first got her.
Correct.
Oh wow, yeah, she just has a real contract. She had contracted heels. Interesting. Oh, yeah, there. See, there's that X-ray. It shows how the back of the foot being compressed and pushed in is pushing the coffin bone up. Look how deep the collateral grooves are. Wow. And it's doing exactly what I've been talking about how all that anatomy comes in and it pushes the coffin joint forward, which rotates and pushes the toe down, which then can push the capsule toe forward. So you got the coffin bone rotating and pushing down and back, and you got the dorsal wall pushing forward and up. And then that will wear out the toe as well.
Wait, I don't know if you remember I posted a question here a while back about shoes and do they numb the feet?
Uh-huh.
And this is what sparked the question because she's been performing at a high level. The people I got her from took her to Quarter Horse Congress and competed in reining and ranch riding and all that. So I was a little worried that if I took the shoes off,
Yeah.
then she would start hurting on that foot.
Did she?
I mean, she's just been out at the pasture at my house and she doesn't seem to have any problems out there.
Okay.
So,
Well, shoe. I don't know about numb, but shoes definitely hold everything all together.
mm-hmm,
You know.
right.
So that's all I know.
What kind of shoes?
Metal.
They were just regular
Metal?
steel shoes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't
Now,
see this horse's hoof is not going to be able to expand and contract like a normal barefoot horse would.
she
It'll
got a
contribute to
high-low.
blood flow problems into the foot.
Well, she's barefoot now, so hopefully it'll start coming around. But yes, the other one's very low.
How long is that front dorsal wall?
I think it was about 3.5. And her heels are 1 3/4, 1 7/8.
Geez, they look longer than
Uh,
that.
really?
I know they look longer. It's just because the foot is so short from front to back, I think.
Yeah.
Well, Linda, go back to the previous picture.
Yeah, because are you measuring from the heel just growing past the frog or the hairline to the heel?
Well, even if she measures by the hairline, whoever just made that comment,
It
if
looks
that
way longer.
if that
It's from the
hairline is
hairline.
pulled down like it looks like it is,
Yeah.
then even using the hairline as a base point to measure from is going to be skewed. It's not going to be right because it's already pulled down. You have a
Yeah,
side profile again?
pulled down and forward. Yeah.
I agree. So the numbers aren't going to make sense on this.
Well, the reason she can still perform also good on this is because she's got a nice high hairline. And so even though the coffin bone is tipped up and her foot never fully expanded out the back, I mean, uh, she's got a nice high hairline, and so her foot functions properly. Everything
Yeah.
functions the way
She's
it
got a
I'm
should.
really
grateful
thick
that
frog.
she at least has heels.
Yeah. Yeah, no kidding. Because see, that keeps that hairline up here
Mm-hmm.
and keeps her foot up where it still functions so that it's not, I would imagine the other foot is going to be harder on her than this one. you know?
I mean, the other foot's not terrible, but it is low and run forward. And she, as we've talked about before, she always weights that right front and has the left front back, or even like she'll tip it up on her toe while she's grazing and like hold it off the ground.
Yeah.
So she's not weighting that left heel at all.
It, dimensionally, is the right hoof the same size as the left one?
Let me look. I did take measurements of them all because I wanted to be able to compare to later on down the road.
Linda,
Yeah.
the other picture, two frames back, where you're seeing the outside of the side profile, right there. No, go back, right there. Remember the X-ray showed it looked like separation towards the bottom of the hoof between the hoof wall and the coffin bone. Yep.
Yeah, that
See where
that
it's disc?
X-ray probably goes with that foot.
So I'm asking a question right now.
Oh, okay.
And what I didn't, that almost sounded rude. I'm sorry. My question is this, and it's for anybody that wants to input. This to me is the classic example where you do push the toe back.
I was just thinking that because not only are the heels high, leaving the coffin bone upright, but if you have a long toe, you're also increasing the breakover
Yep.
and putting more leverage on that deep flexor tendon. So I wouldn't necessarily lower the sole because you want that thickness to protect the coffin bone, but I would back up some of that hoof wall to relieve the tension on the front of the toe and then lower the heels a little bit as well.
You and I are seeing exactly the same way. I don't know who I'm talking to, but
My name's Devin.
That's Devin.
oh, this is Devin. Okay.
Okay.
That's the way I see it.
New to all of this, not new to trimming. I've been
Okay.
studying Linda's stuff since 2009 and have been practicing natural and therapeutic trims for 14 years, but new to joining this group and being a part of it. Sorry,
Well,
life's
thank
been
you.
busy.
Thank you, Devin. I'm glad you're here, and
Yeah,
I've
I'm very
enjoyed
excited.
hearing from you.
Thank you. I
I've
know
been-
I'm like, oh my gosh, I could have been hanging out with Linda this whole time and look how much time I've
hey.
missed out.
And
Is Ash still on here?
I don't know.
Yep, I'm very much here, guys.
You're not but
All right. This hoof is one where we were talking about your hoof, not to back up the front of it.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
you did a good job
This
already.
hoof is where you would back the front up.
And you
You
could
would
even
push
see
the front of the hoof back.
Oh, yes, I would see that. Yeah.
and on the bottom picture, you actually show when you were showing the bottom of that hoof, you can actually see a bit of a separation between the sole and the hoof wall at the toe, kind of from
Yes.
that hoof wall being too long.
The lamini starts showing a stretching mark.
Yeah,
Yes.
So, can I say something here?
of course. Sorry.
Okay, so at one time, I'd have been right there with the same opinion that you and that Jean you have and Devin you have about that toe. Okay. But in the last year, some things have happened that have helped me to understand some things mechanically that are going on that have changed my opinion about long toes. Okay, it has to do with my pony. How okay, so she's chronically mechanically foundered due to barefoot trimming and severe contracted, not just contracted heel, but totally spooled in bulbs And over the period of time, that pony has been trying to fix her. Her foot has been trimmed into every possible shape that a foundered horse can have, from a slipper foot to a can foot. Okay. And in the last 3 years, as I came to understand about foot binding, in fact, she's the one that started me understanding about foot binding and how the bulbs and cartilage can be totally rolled into the foot. And it's only been in the last year or so that I started realizing what happens when all this anatomy, let me draw a picture. This second here. Seeing that sometimes things aren't what they seem. Okay. Like when we look at this foot and we think it has high heels, those aren't the real heels. That's actually sidewall that's in front of the heels. The real heels are wrapped up in the foot here somewhere. Okay. So this wall here, however this thing goes, okay, those aren't the real heels. That's sidewall. Her real heels are more back here. Now the question is, where's the anatomy that grows that? See? Where is the anatomy? It's all been curled and rolled up and compressed to where it's not growing the parts of the capsule that it should grow. And so while we can look at this and think, well, she has high heels, but these aren't her heels. This is sidewall. And what has happened, you see this anatomy that should be here has been pulled in and pushed in this way. And inside here is a digital cushion. And so this cartilage and this anatomy has been pushed up this way. And it has pushed this joint here forward. See this bump? It's pushed that joint forward. Well, this coffin bone can't do anything when this joint is pushed forward, but do this. It is forced down like that. That's why you look at the ski tip on the bottom of the foot here. See this little deal here? Oh, that ain't doing it. Wait a minute. I thought I got my pin.
We can see it.
See it?
Yep.
Okay, that's supposed to be like so. And stuff. So let me undo that here just a minute. So another thing, like when you look at these x-rays, you see this shadow here? See that shadow? Okay, you can tell there's separation right here. See that? How it gets wider right here? That shadow should be the same all the way down. But because all this anatomy is shoving into this coffin joint and shoving it forward and rotating this coffin bone and pushing it down on the sole, that's why like if they come along and they carve the sole out, if they shorten the toe and they carve the sole out here, that's why you get those sinkers where you'll see the toe come through the sole. So okay, so this foot originally was in this area, was right in here. You can see how it's the shape of the coffin bone right there. Okay, but it is being forced down and back. And so meanwhile, because of that, it is forcing the wall forward. like that. Because this is being forced back, it is forcing the toe wall forward. Okay. So if you come in and you do too much of this toe here, all right, especially here in the sole, see, this toe is holding this foot forward. If the toe wasn't here, that would want to rotate even more because the pressure is pushing this toe back here. And so what had happened is this kind of a foot, you could develop a can foot really easy like that. And
Mhm.
eventually, uh, what had happened is this keeps pressing forward. Pretty soon the horse is going to be standing on its very tiptoe like this and won't be able to stand up. The horse, have you ever seen a horse knuckle over to where they can't stand up?
I have pictures of a baby horse with a clubbed foot
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
I came across when she was 4 months old that was like that. Just
Yeah,
that barely tip of hoof wall at the toe was the only thing preventing her toe from buckling over.
exactly.
And I came in and just trimmed just the back of that hoof, and we were able to get her corrected before she was 8 months old, for the most part, before everything kind of started taking form. And by the time she was a year old, she had a normal foot.
That's
So,
great. See?
yeah.
Because you release the back of her feet because this happens a lot to foals is they don't exfoliate their frog in the back of the foot and then as they're growing like this can happen to a horse because of the way they're trimmed. You trim out the heels, they make false heels, and all the anatomy gets forced in and shoves the coffin joint forward, which does this. But it can also happen to a horse that's growing whose frog and bars do not get exfoliated. And so the foot is growing. And as the foot grows, it's not able to expand. And so that anatomy does the same thing. As it grows, it's pushing the coffin joint forward and rotating the inner toe down. You see? And so what I found out, okay, was that it's okay if you have what seems like a long toe. It's okay to leave more than what you think might be necessary because it's the only thing pulling that foot forward to keep the horse from knuckling over. Because I found out every time I took a toe back, that a lot of times what had happened was the wall then would shrink back. And when the wall pushed back, it would push the bone back even more. See? And
And I
so,
remember you talking about that with Jackie Pony. So I have not really done much with the toe at all.
okay. And so, oh, God. So now,
Yeah, because that
okay,
would bound the hoof, right? If you're
yeah,
backing up that coffin bone back and then the whole hoof is still bound from behind, then
yeah,
it's just smashing the whole hoof together.
right. It's binding it even more. And see, and I did that. I've done it a number of times, in fact, because what's insanity? Doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results, right? So for years, man, I just couldn't stand it. That toe, that toe, that toe. I had to take that toe back. And several times I unbound the back of her foot, but when I did that toe shot forward, and I thought, oh my God, I got to take that off. And every time I did, it was a mistake because the back of the foot wasn't established, to where it would hold together and
Yeah.
stuff. And so now, you know, now I after making all these mistakes, okay, now we're in a good place. We're in a really good place, and um so anyway, so so now I believe, okay, and it's not because I'm following the Phoenix way or anything like that, okay, because it isn't always the right thing to do, okay? There is no constant, all right? But in a case like this, yeah, I would be really leery of taking that toe back or that sole down until I got a handle on what was really going on with the back of that foot and could release some of that so that then this front of the foot, and when you do, your toe might even shoot forward a little more, but I really believe that the back of the foot has to be dealt with and expanded and allowed to. And I know that it can do it. Like, how old is this mare?
She's 10. She'll be 11.
Okay. Well, Valor is in his 20s, early 20s, and I trimmed his feet out for 10 years, and he is developing the foot that I'm seeing on these wild horses. His foot is developing and moving into those positions to be able to grow this stuff that I've been showing you. See, all the building blocks are still there. And he never had that foot to begin with. I mean, as far as growing up, I started trimming him when he was 2. And so, he never was able to fully develop that foot. So it's not like I'm taking him back to something that he had. He had, what would you call it? The building blocks for it, but he never got to. And so now I'm seeing that this horse at this age still has the basic anatomy there to be able to bring that out. See? And I started practicing that on him too, not necessarily always bringing the toe back, because see, I had this deal of you got to draw your line in the sand, toe has to be here, has to be here, has to be here. But I have changed my mind on that uh uh somewhat because because what I noticed was you can a lot of time make these negative leverages work for you to straighten out the back of that foot. Okay. So like if I leave some toe here that has some leverage and she's got a lot of sole here, so there's strength, no danger of it going down through, I don't think. So if I use this toe as a lever, because you got to remember you're dealing with 2 different units. A capsule, which is like a shoe and can be pulled off like a shoe, but it's attached to the foot and growing from the foot. So you've got that, and you've got a foot on the inside. And so just like when you do this deal where you trim out the heels and you create this situation we're talking about here, where all the anatomy has been shoved forward into this joint, forcing it forward, and it's created a situation where you're no longer in weight-bearing unity or equilibrium, but you've got the toe pressing down and back, and now you've got the hoof capsule here pressing forward and up. Okay, that just like those leverages are used to cause distortions, you can use these same leverages to help you start correcting the foot. And in this case, what I've been working on and seeing was that if I didn't just quit kind of worrying about because the toe was a little long and stuff like that, and I left it there for a little bit of leverage, it created on the internal foot a pull. Okay, when you have a pair of shoes that are too big for you, what happens? You want to walk out of them, right? The back of your foot wants to come up out of that shoe, right? And so what I saw and what I've been practicing, and I've seen it work, is that you can leave some leverage on these toes for the very purpose of putting leverage to pull this toe forward because it's supposed to be forward anyway. You can see where it's pulled back here. So we want to pull it forward. At the same time, it's creating internal leverage that is putting pressure on this part of the foot to pull it up this way. Let me get a drawing here. To pull it up that way. See, because this is all bound up and everything like that. So you want some pressure pulling this back. And so by doing this, you can start to unbind this foot here to pull these cartilages out. And then after you get this straightened out back here, first of all, it's going to relax this. What happens is it relaxes this bone here so that it's not being pushed forward and the bone will go like this. Well, you know what happens when the bone goes like that? Oh, well, first of all, I saw a deal on Rude and Riddle. They had a horse that was rotated, a pony, and they elevated the heels and they did not take the toe back. And you could see, let me clear this up here. Okay, so you see this shadow here where the coffin bone should be? Okay, what they did, you saw in the x-rays where this bone here, the coffin bone, moved back into this area it was supposed to be in. See? And so when all this is relaxed back here and this joint is able to move back and this toe is able to come back into here. See? Like so. Then what'll happen is you may see the wall, which now it goes like this and like that. You may see, what you may see is this wall may just kind of shoot forward some. But ultimately what you do is you'll just wind up growing this out like so. See, if you just don't get in a hurry. I've seen it. I've done it on my pony. I did it on Valor this year. I got some pictures I can show you where people are looking going, how come you're leaving the toe long? You know, well, because I thought about it. It creates a leverage back here. Now, I don't say that's always the thing you should do, but I came to understand a lot about laminar wedges because, see, she's got a little bit of a laminar wedge in here. Whenever you have that separation, you've got stretched lamina and a little bit of laminar wedge, you know, or you could have, she doesn't have a lot, but some have a lot. But this laminar wedge is acting as a prosthetic in order to keep her foot attached to the wall. See? And stuff. So, but anyway, I don't know if that explains anything.
Can I
About,
share something I came
yes,
across?
yes.
It was a long time ago. I don't even know if it was a video on YouTube or if it was just on the internet, but there was a very large horse that had had a hoof that had clubbed and rolled over on one of his hind feet. So he was literally walking on the front wall of his hoof. And they put what looked like an elf shoe on this horse. And I don't even know what it was called. I wish I would have kept all the information, but it looked like the heels kind of went back a little further than where the horse's heels would have been. And there were springs on it with like a dial in the center.
Huh.
And the toe went out forward and curled up like an elf shoe. And they had it really high and trimmed the horse to where he was stood like way up, but not rolled over.
Mhm.
And then the horse walked like that. And then they were able to turn that dial and slowly lower the heels as the tendons and the back of the hoof and everything came down and slowly forced that hoof to rotate back to a more normal state. It was very interesting.
That is interesting
Yeah.
and stuff. Maybe you'll find that again someday so we can look at it. Well, see,
Yeah.
they were doing mechanically See, now, in my case, though, I don't lower the heels like they keep wanting to do, you
Mhm.
know, because I also saw that, because I've learned that the hairline is way higher than what we initially thought. You know, I've seen so many wild horses with hairlines. See, now there's a difference between a club foot and a horse with a high hairline. You know,
Mhm.
um, let me see. I should, well, I'm not going to go look for some pictures right now. But see, that's the
Linda,
only thing. I'm never interested in lowering heels anymore. You know,
Linda,
yeah.
Linda, sorry. Hi, everybody. I'm Angeliki.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Can I add something on all this situation? Do you
Of
remember
course.
Pocahontas?
What?
Pocahontas, the horse that
George
lost. Yes,
lost her foot,
George.
lost her
Yes,
coffin bone.
yes. So instead of the coffin bone, she had this very long toe.
Mm-hmm.
And we were trimming her, like leaving this long toe without the coffin bone inside, but she was doing fine.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe the long toe in these cases, in case of a foundering coffin bone, or in a lost coffin bone,
Mm-hmm.
is replaced from this laminar wedge and the long toe.
Yeah. Yeah, that was an amazing case. And um we should go there and look at some of that. Maybe we'll do that. Yeah, I want Devin to see that. This Devin, this is an amazing case. What it was so Angeliki lives in Greece, and she was helping this guy named George Malakos, who he bought a place there and he had an orchard, and he wanted something to eat the grass, and so he bought this filly, and man, she was just skin and bones, and on the hind foot she tore a coffin bone off.
No, no, Linda, it was the front hoof.
No, it wasn't. It was the
Ah,
back
no,
one.
no, no. You are right. You're right. It was the hind, the right hind. Sorry, sorry. I
Hey,
was
man, it
mixed
was
with
your
another.
case.
Yes, I was mixed with another horse, another case.
And uh, he grew a foot back, and that horse runs all over the place. And it is an amazing case. We should go look at that. You think we could look at that on here,
Yeah.
Angeliki?
So when he ripped off the foot, it ripped off part of the coffin bone?
No, the coffin bone.
The whole coffin bone?
Pretty much, yeah.
Whoa. And then it grew the hoof capsule back out?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Which,
But
see, what this showed us was the most important part of the foot is not that bone. It's the back foot part of the foot. It's the caudal foot. It's the frog. It's the cartilages. It's the digital cushion.
Yeah.
You know, it really inspired me for my pony, because you see the way the tip of this horse's coffin bone is worn off. Well, my pony's twice as much.
Pony,
You
which
know,
one are you talking about? Are you talking about Valor or?
no, I'm talking about my Shetland,
Oh, okay.
Jackie.
Oh, Jackie
Pony.
Pony. Okay.
Yeah, Jackie Pony.
I remember your videos talking about Jackie.
Oh God. Yeah, that's been my failure and stuff. I trimmed that pony into mechanical laminitis using barefoot trimming principles. All right. And uh I've come close to fixing her. Well, I'll show you a video of her walking. Okay. I've had to learn a lot of things to try and fix her. But if she does get fixed, she will give hope to hopeless cases.
Yeah.
See, let's see here.
Linda,
Yeah,
this is Alana from Hungary. I just wanted to add on the long toe.
Yeah.
Like we have horses that live 24/7 outside on really big areas, like I
Uh-huh.
don't know how many hundreds hectares, and nobody trims them. Their feet look quite neglected, but what's interesting, they walk around with this huge long toes.
Mm-hmm.
And their feet actually, if you take them off, and the toe is the last one to go off,
Mm-hmm.
and they're okay. I mean, if
Yeah.
you just take the nippers and nip around, they actually have no contraction, healthy back of the foot, no
Yep.
problem. I mean, the white line can be blackish, and of course there can be fungus, but because they move so much, they actually don't stay in the ammonia and stuff. So they actually, despite looking quite horrendous, they're quite healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually
Yeah.
noticed over trimming the toe, it actually grows back like wildfire, like it wants to be there.
Yeah.
If you over
So
trim it, you know.
that is just my experience. And you know, the white line, when the white line is not tight, it's actually could be a sign that the foot is moving. So I'm always kind of thinking, when I see not tight white line, is it coming or going, you know?
Coming or going, yeah. Well, see what's been hard for me is like I've been seeing now for a couple years. And just the experience that I've had is that this tidy thing that we got in our heads, that how these feet had to look so tidy, and stuff like that, is not how horses live, you know. And we can learn things from them and how they self trim, And see, that's the only reason I started leaving toe too. Not only because of what I learned from Jackie, but then I was watching these wild horses, how they were snatching their feet and leaving and the toes were long and their heels were straightening up. And
Yeah.
so I did that to Valor. And at one point, he really looked like he had a funky flare in a toe, and it grew right out. See? Now, I don't think that that's the answer all for every case, okay? Because you can have a totally different situation going on to where you're going to need to back up a toe. You know what I mean? Or to take a
Yes.
toe down or something like that. And you can alternate this on these horses as well, you know. So it's never always a one size fits all the time type of deal, you
And
know.
correct me if I'm wrong, but I've noticed like when you get a hoof that seems like you got it all back where it's supposed to be,
Mhm.
it tends to want to build up this big old, toe callus, and sole callus. But then a lot of times it'll want to build up almost above the heels. So then you're having to file that down,
Mhm.
and try to work on that uniform sole thickness to get it back in the heel. So sometimes trimming the bars and the frogs and keeping all that back part of the hoof taken care of and stimulated to try to keep that sole back, into the heel buttress and where it's supposed to be. Because I don't know, I just kind of noticed that you'll get more of a stronger toe ridge.
Yeah.
And it sometimes can build up and then put you at kind of a negative where it pushes the hoof back on the heels. So you almost have to take that down a little bit.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Well, what did they always tell us? Don't trim the toe callus, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so, well, does that mean the toe quits growing?
No.
No, so then next thing you know, your toe is grown out there, you know. But see, what this is the thing. There's no such thing really as a toe callus. It's a sole ridge.
Yeah.
And the reason it got called a toe callus was because Gene Ovenick, who was trained as a farrier, okay, was taught to trim out the sole and make it concave. So then when he went out and he studied wild horse feet in Wyoming for 2 years with BLM, and he saw these feet out there and he saw this raised area in the toe, he assumed it was a callus and that it shouldn't, it originally wasn't there.
Mhm.
What he didn't know was that no, it's not a callus. That's a convex rim of sole that's supposed to be there to begin with. But you've
Yeah.
been trimming it out your whole life and you didn't know. So when people don't know and they look at something, then they draw a conclusion that may not be true to fact, you know, because when I started trimming, and of course I did Gene Ovanic's trim, natural balance trim, and so had all of his, stuff in my head. And so it was don't touch the toe callus. But then in that trim too, he's always taking the heels back to the base of the frog and lowering the heels, which was making the toe shoot forward. And
Yeah.
then they started rockering the toe, you know. So I started doing that too because the toes were shooting forward because you're
Mhm.
lowering the back of the foot, putting all the horn tubules at a lower angle, shooting them forward, which pushes the toe forward. So then you're rockering the toe. Well, what happens is you're giving it to the horse from the back and from the front at the same time to where you're just compressing that foot from both directions
Yeah.
and making that teeny tiny foot, you know?
Yeah, so I noticed I almost kind of had to take it down just a little bit, otherwise it would want to get up above my heel.
Yeah.
And I want to keep my heel above the toe, keep that weight more on the toe. And I found that just by doing that, keeping that weight there and trimming it, but also if I have to trim the toe down, definitely leaving that hoof wall nice and thick to encase it,
Yeah.
because if you rocker it and thin it out, then the whole sole's just going to run forward on you.
Yeah. No kidding. No kidding. So
But I
anyway,
remember,
what?
sorry, Linda. I remember the photo we were laughing about with the wild horse that had self-trimmed.
I'm trying to
This
think of.
one, you put before, an hour before. Do you remember the toe wall that was left for at the end of the
Oh,
self-trimming?
where he had all the hoof off except for that long piece
That
down the
one
middle.
piece.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, exactly.
Yeah, I did a meme. I did a meme called Horse and Self. Okay, there's like a trimming group called the Self Trimming Horse Group. Have you guys heard of that one?
Yep, I've heard of it. I'm still a member.
Okay. Well, uh anyway, I made a meme and it just had that foot and it said horse and self trim, but they wouldn't let me post it. You know, and I thought it was pretty cool,
Yeah.
and stuff. I was just looking for that picture again. I'm not sure where it is. It's in all my, who knows? I had it here.
I find it very, very strange that the last piece of the wall was the toe wall
Yeah,
on this photo before.
yeah, and that's usually what they always break off last is the toe. So obviously they know something we don't. And I'm not going to say nature and mother nature because blah, all right, and stuff. Nature will kill you. She's a mean arbitrarial shrew. All right.
Yes, but it
So
works.
uh but but it's all about mechanics, mechanical engineering and structural mechanics, you know, and stuff. So I don't know where that picture is. I had it here. But yeah, horse and self trim. Anyway. Okay, well, uh Devin,
Yes.
let's see. Wait. Rachel. Rachel, we need to
I'm
talk about
I'm
what to
still
do with your
here.
horse. For sure.
Yeah.
Let's go look at some more pictures here. Sorry about that, Devin. Okay, so, oh man, I remember I had a friend a long time ago had feet like that on her both front feet on her barrel horse looked just like that. And I remember at the time, this is like 30, 40 years ago, thinking something's wrong. there. Something's wrong with that, but I don't know what it is. So, okay, so let's just look. Are we back to that, your page there? Okay. So,
So this stole view right here was yesterday, I think.
okay,
And I just trimmed frogs and bars and toe quarters.
okay,
Because she does have some jamming in the toe quarters. So I've been trying to take those down, but leave the middle of the toe alone.
okay. Well, it definitely, she's foot bound in the back. That's what we know here. So this is 12:1. This is 11:26. Okay, I'm going the wrong way. Go back to where we are now. Back here again. See, me personally, I'm sure, look at here, let me take a copy of this here. So I can enlarge it. Okay, and then, so we know that her heels are curled around and pressing into the frog. I'm going to show you where her heel buttresses are. I'll show you on my horse where I found them and how his foot is widening out and changing. Let's see. Just a minute here. Okay. New share. Okay. So we're going to look at this. So spooling. Spooling is where the heels curl in like this. Now, if you're to look at the bottom of this, you're gonna look at this little area right here. You're gonna see the heel go to here, and you're gonna see the frog come to here, right? But I'll bet you, in reality, her heel buttress is gonna be, let me annotate here. I didn't even know what that word meant before I started Zoom. Okay, we'll follow it here. Let me get a different color. We're going to follow the heel. Her heel buttress is right here. If at the least, it's right here. But her frog is here. See that? Now let me, and it's funny because there'll be more on one side than on the other. Her heel curls into here. Her heel is supposed to actually come clear out here. Well, I can't draw it right, but her heel should be here, out here, not pushing clear up into the frog here. I'll show you a picture of my horse, and I found this on a number on my horse, on my pony, on other people's horses. See, because her feet are contracted, right? I mean, look at this. See, this is supposed to be out like this. See, her walls should be at least out to here, like so. And instead, everything curls in like this. And so the heel buttress should be like, okay, instead of here, should be here at least. There we go. Now I'm gonna, and then the frog would widen up and come out to here. See, the heel buttress should not be pushing in the frog. And it doesn't look like it's pushing in the frog because the frog is allowed to grow in such a way that it's covering the reality up of what's really going on, which is contracted heels, contracted foot bound foot. So let's see, let me get out of that.
And this is
And
kind of what brought me back to you is there's a lady in the barn that I trade trims for a trainer. So she trains my baby horse and I take lessons and I trade trims.
Mhm.
Well, this girl has joined some group where this lady gives her markups and she basically shows her to trim the bars and then roll the toe and not touch the back of the heel, which has put heels on her horse and has stood her heels up. But
Mhm.
now her heels are kind of doing what you have defined as spooling, where they're curling around
Yeah.
and the quarters are getting higher and her heels are starting to contract and roll in. And that's when I showed her, I was like, look, you have to address some of these so they don't distort on you, where you need to take that quarter, lower than the heel and keep it all where it's supposed to be so that it doesn't decide to shift, one way or the other and deform the back of your hoof. And so
Yeah.
that's what left me looking for your videos to send it to her on how to trim the back of the hoof too, because this lady, I think it was more or less easier to tell people not to touch the back of the hoof than it is to know how to explain how to address it.
Yeah.
And so,
I bet I know who it is. Former
and
group member
yes, I think,
that wanted to be a hoof guru.
yeah, and I'm like, you know what, this is, and so she came, I showed her how I trim because, I always try to, I mean, if I took a marker and I just marked that little point on each one of my heels, I kind of like to, when I sight down the hoof, make sure that that quarter is not higher than that area, and then it's all kind of level. So I showed her how I trim that area, and so I'm
Uh-huh.
like, look, it looks like I'm trimming the heel, but when I'm done, you can measure the heels and to the point of the heel buttress, and I didn't take it down any shorter.
Oh,
So
okay.
she's like, okay, I could see what you mean by how you would trim that in a way where it would stay anatomically correct to the back of the hoof. So it's not going to start wanting to crush in or crush out. You know what I mean? And stay
Yeah.
more supporting of that area. So, because her heels were all compressed, the barbs are starting to push together. She's got a deep crack now. And
Uh-huh.
so now I'm like, and she might be sound now, she's gotten better, but I'm like, they got all these, she said they got tons and tons of reviews of how great this lady's trims are. And I'm like, well, does she have any reviews on any of these horses 5, 10, 15 years down the road?
Yeah, see, that's
Because,
it.
yeah, because that's where it's
You
going to come.
know?
You take a hoof like some of these huge long ones, and of course you're going to make it better. But
Mhm.
over time, if you contract the heel of the hoof, then you have another problem that'll show up later. So,
Yeah. Yeah, and people don't talk about their failures,
yeah.
okay? Because they're business. All
Yeah.
right. Uh so uh you know uh I have failures. My pony's a failure, but 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 I would consider her a failure other than the fact that she's comfortable, she's alive, she's happy, and she's finally figured out exactly what I think I need to do with her feet. And see, for the third time, fourth try, something like that. But see, if I can fix my pony and I can do to Valor what I need to do, then anybody will be able to fix their horse. And all these ponies that there has been no hope for, as well as you'll be able to apply it to a big horse.
Yeah.
Then because see, I have it all documented exactly how I trimmed barefoot, okay, and why she mechanically foundered from barefoot trimming. I understand every detail. It's undoing it and fixing her that has been the issue, you know. Um
Yeah.
uh so anyway, but I have all that documented with thousands of photos
See, that's
during
my
this time.
failure. I've never taken pictures. I have just very minimal pictures. And I'm like, dang it, I wish I would have took pictures. But see, I learned from you. I applied it to my horses, made a business out of it. And then when I ran into an issue, I came back to you. And it was funny because I would always find a video that addressed that. So then I'd be like, oh, okay. And then trial and error, I kind of learned from that too. And then I rescued a foundered donkey. So I'm like, well, he had so much hoof. Let's see how far I could go. So I learned from him, how far from the hoof from him and him being
Uh-huh.
my own and then making him sound. I still have him. and trial and error. But I do have a gelding who I got when he was 4 and he's 18 now, who had horrible feet and was just lame, although they looked good. And he's out of my whole career. He's one horse that I still struggle with getting sound. And he just had this long built up toe and just kind of sat on his heels and just crushed them, and trying to get that toe back and get him up off on his heels has been difficult because his toe grows so fast. And then, nursing school happened and life got away from me. So, and he's just kind of been a pasture pet. So, but yeah, I'm trying to get back into that. But he's one where it's like, wow, the hoof looks great, but I still can't figure out what your issue is, and probably
Yeah.
should get some x-rays. But, I'm like, now that I'm getting back into this and finding your videos, I need to get some good pictures of him, and then maybe have you
Yeah,
take
that'd
a
be
look and
great.
see, because you talk about the frog, and I kind of learned, like, let the heels grow. My mare Trinity grows heel, and I noticed lowering her just a little bit on trails, she'd be tender, and she's always had rock hard feet. So allowing her to have more heel, she was better. So I kind of tried to focus on allowing them to have more heel.
Yeah.
Some of the frogs I'd noticed would abscess sometimes. And I'd be like, okay, that's from too much pressure. They actually need more heel above the frog. And my
Mm-hmm.
horses were more sound doing that. But I also would leave the frog to grow up to the heels. But some of my frogs would atrophy. So then I learned, you actually have to trim something to stimulate it
Yeah.
to grow. So then I found these new videos, trying to find these videos for my friend. And you talk about how you're doing this whole frog, and there's a lot more new information. So I found myself becoming more obsessed.
Great. Well, we're glad to have you here
Yeah, I'm glad to be here.
and stuff. See all your experience too. You're going to find that it's just going to add to this database, and um, we're going to see all these similar results. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And stuff. So like here, let's look at what spooling is, or how when the heels are trimmed out, how they start to curl in and contract. They are the cause of contracted heels. So I put this picture to show these little spools because this is literally what is happening. And then as it changes the internal anatomy and pulls it in, well, then the hoof capsule and frog and everything grows in that position, and it holds it and binds it there in that position. And so you have to start thinning stuff down. You have to keep heels high. You have to thin stuff down so that stuff can start moving and releasing. So let's look at a few pictures of that. Let's see here. Okay, here's a picture. See how those are curled in? That ain't supposed to be that way. See that? Okay, now here's what you don't see. This is periopal skin right here. These bulbs in reality are curled way in under here, under this frog. And then this is a periopal frog. See, that's another thing that can happen, is that the periopal replaces the frog padding and grows over the whole frog corium to hold the capsule on the foot. Because see, the heels are being trimmed out, and then the bulbs are being pulled under here, and then the periopal from the bulbs will grow over the whole frog. Okay, so this was my horse when I first figured this out. I did an experiment, okay, because his cartilages weren't coming unbound, and I noticed when it was wet, his foot would expand and back, and when it was dry, it would contract back. And so I started cleaning all this out. These are his bulbs that are wrapped clear up into here. They're not supposed to be into there. These are false heels. These are heels that have been curled around into his foot, into the frog here, more than what it looks like here, which we'll look at in a minute. Okay, so this bulb here, that's what that is, curled around in there. Okay, so these are just different examples of this. Okay, another example of how the bulbs and what this is the this little nubbin here, that's the heel buttress. Look at where it at. Look at where it is. Okay, now this I didn't know what I was drawing when I drew those blue lines, or I drew those blue lines just right here. See, watch this. Okay, I would have drew the blue line here. Because this right here is the heel buttress. And this is the point of your heel. And this, well, look at how the heel is curled in here. See? See there? Okay, so this here is supposed to be clear over here. Like that. But see how this is pulled in? The bulb? Okay, now the periopal grows from here, and it will grow over the whole frog. And it actually will replace the frog. It'll grow through the whole, it can grow and form a false frog stay as well. Okay, so let me undo this. Contracted heels. We got a good example of contracted heels here. And this is not thrush. This is the cleft between the bulbs, because the heels are so contracted, it will not grow any frog between there. See, if we go back here, okay, that's the cleft between the bulbs in the frog. That's where the frog stay grows. But the contracted heels, there's no room for any frog to grow in there. Okay, here's another example, like a scroll. Okay, so Rachel, you see this foot here? This is similar to your horse's foot.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, really the same thing. Here you can really see how these bulbs are pulled in under here. This is why these horses get canker. Here's also examples. See? Different examples. Once you glom onto it and see it, you cannot unsee it after that. You will see that they're little bulbs. This piece of periopal grows right over and up in through the frog stay area, the cleft between in the frog. So anyway, this is Valor's foot. For years, I kept seeing weird stuff in here and wondering why is this, you know? Well, when the heels are trimmed out, it pulls all this down and under, and this holds the capsule on the foot. Look what it does here. See, no frog can grow in there. Again, these heels are curled around in here, contracted heels. All right, so here's how it happens. Okay, so this foot was on a horse. We use this example a lot. This gal accidentally trimmed the heels out of her friend's horse's foot badly. Okay, because this hairline was originally up here, up in here. So I asked her to take pictures over the next several days, because I thought, oh my God, he's going to blow a tendon or something. And this is where we learned how horses make false heels. Because remember, when we started this today, I told you this cartilage in the back of this foot has a place where it wants to be no matter what. See, this cartilage belongs up here, not down here. The back of this foot belongs here, not down here. Look at the angle of the pastern, what it did. See? So this here is 2 days later, right here. This is 2 days later. Notice how the hairline that's clear down here and the bulb is now up here. Notice how the cartilage curled a little bit. See, it's pulling up. It's pulling up. And as it does so, it takes this sidewall here and it pulls it behind. It pulls it behind itself. See, it takes this part of the foot here and it pulls it around behind, and this becomes heel. It helps, it becomes heel. So then this is a day later. This is in 4 days' time. Now look at how it's made heel. But this is sidewall. Okay. Now look at this little black spot here. Just a minute. Let me get a different color. Let's take black. Look at this little black spot here. It's right there. Now it's a little further back and a little higher. Now it's way back here. See that? And so that cartilage stood up anyway. And as it did so, it took this wall and it pulled it around behind like that.
And
See?
how far apart were these pictures taken?
4 days.
Wow, it's a big change in 4 days.
Yeah. He made false heels in 4 days.
Crazy.
So you could come and trim the heels again. Next thing you know, his false heels would be to here. And his cartilage would be like that. See, and a lot of times what happens too is that'll make the toe shoot forward. So it could look like this. See? Adds toe, takes heel, but it pulls that heel around behind it. And so that's why I was telling you that on Rachel's horse, it looks like she has a lot of heel, but it's not real heel. It's this kind of heel. It's sidewall. Because this part of the foot has been wrapped around like that. Okay. And see, another example. Here's Valor. Me trying to figure out what is wrong with him. Okay, so I thought I had that good foot in 2019 with all that nice sole and everything like that, only to find that it was all just an adaptive false version of everything. And now look at how the heels are curled in. Okay, so now I want to show you something about where that heel buttress really is. Just a minute here. I'm gonna get me that little Jeopardy thing. Da 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 da. While I'm looking for pictures. Let's see. Okay. Just a second here. Okay, so let's go to this. So share. Okay. So I start taking the bars down more and more because I came to realize that the bars were holding the heels forward. And that's when, see, if you would look at that other picture I showed you, you know, from 2019, man, it looked like I had a good foot with lots of sole in the heels and everything. That's not the true foot. The real sole is buried. The real heel of the inner foot is buried. And so as I took the bars down and as the foot started to unwrap, I started to find out that this is my real soul going on here. And look how curled in the heels are. So I was wondering see, I know this whole frog is supposed to come out. See these bulbs? They're supposed to widen up. And these heels here are supposed to be clear out here. Like on the horse we saw rolling in the riverbed. You know, his heels were out like this. They weren't curled in like this. And so this was in, well, what's that, June? In June, I'm looking at this going, and see, this is the foot he injured where he tore half his cartilage off, which wound up being a good thing because he cracked the whole heel off and the whole heel that was jammed forward moved back. So he did that in April. And so I'm looking at this foot that day and I'm going, what am I going to do to uncurl these heels? Okay. And so I wound up taking a rasp, and I might have done it with a rasp, or I might have done it with the grinder, not sure. But I wound up taking a rasp and just taking the, where's the thing here? Let me get the white. Just rasping over like so. Just rasping this piece over. See what I see it here?
Yeah. I'm so glad you talk about that because there's been issues where I've had a heel curling in or something, and I have kind of been doing that and then sometimes
Good.
wondering if I'm making the wrong decision, but
Yeah.
it
Hey,
but
I
it
know.
it looked uniform when I was done, so it
Yeah.
felt like it was right.
Yeah.
So when I saw that, I was like, "Oh my gosh, yes."
Good. Well, see, this is great. I'm so glad you come back with us here. See,
And you'll
because
see
you're
pictures of that in one of the pictures I sent you where
okay.
I have a pigeon-toed, well, she was very pigeon-toed. Now her feet are a lot more straighter,
Yep.
but the one side, the low side, it would like crush and want to curl under,
Yeah.
and the other one would build up and flare out. And so that curled in heel, I would file that inside, and then when you would sight down the hoof, it actually looked more uniform to the other heel.
Well,
So
that is great. See, you're out there in the field, you're just trying to figure stuff out, and you go, well, let's try it. Right?
yeah, it seemed to
And
work.
that's what I did here because I could see no way that these heels are going to uncurl if I don't weaken them. Like weaken them without weakening them. Because so when I trim this part over, okay, and this is different than like I'm not ramping these heels, okay? They still got the same base of support here, okay?
Mhm.
I'm just taking off this curl. So when I did that on this side, look what I found. Just a minute here. Oh my, look what I found here. Look at that. See how it's clear over next to the frog?
Uh-huh.
Shouldn't be there, you know? So let me show you another picture here of it. Hold on.
And what is that wider spot there? Do you think that that's the internal heel? That's,
Yeah, that's the heel buttress shoved up against the frog
oh, wow.
where it shouldn't be. I'm looking for a better picture here. Um, okay, so then I did it some more. When I saw that, I don't know if that was the same day. Let me go. I don't know if that was the same day or in the next trim. I did it some more, and I found this. Let's see, because I was a little hesitant, to do that. So I just kind of wanted to do a little bit and see if, if the horse didn't blow up or something. Um, let's see. Um, okay, here we go. Okay. So then I did it some more. I think this is a different trim. This is next trim. I thought, well, that worked. The horse didn't die on me. The foot didn't fall off. So I'm going to do a little more. And when I did a little more, I really didn't realize the heel buttress was over there like that on that other one. But when I did this, now, can you see it there?
Mm-hmm.
Your heel buttress shouldn't be starting there. See what I mean? Look at how
Yeah.
it's pushing in the frog.
Yeah, it's way lower than the other side.
Yeah. And way pushed in. See, this side's more contracted in this way. Probably because this heel got trimmed out more. One heel usually gets trimmed out more. So that was on 715. So I kind of kept going that direction. And uh, now you can see how here's where the heel buttress is now, not pushing up the frog in quite as much. See there how much it's pushing in there?
Mm-hmm.
See, so that means you know when I showed you that foot where I drew out where the heel buttress was pointed in, the
Yeah.
heel buttress corium. Well, that's what we got going here. That heel buttress corium is curled in and bent in, pushing into the frog. This here, ah, this here, see, is supposed to be clear out here. Not there. And this frog is supposed to be wider, like so.
Okay.
Um, let's see here. Okay, so then this is 7:15, so this is 7:15, 8:15, 9. It's about 2 months later. I'm keeping it up, you know. And the foot is getting longer. And I want you to see how the bar, then the buttress is here now. And interesting, I've got some bar growing kind of in a place where it really wasn't before. It's widened up some. And then this here is in 11. So it's 9, 10, 11 right here. By this time, what happened was, so this heel was more trimmed out and run forward and always had a problem with it and had a very asymmetrical foot. Doesn't look like it here, but it was way wider on this side.
And quick question, was that one usually higher than the other side?
Uh, what do you mean?
Like the heel, like when you sight down the hoof, did the
Yeah.
heel on the right
Yes.
always? And it seems trimmed out. See, I've noticed that sometimes,
Yeah.
and I'm like, and it seems higher, so you think you want to balance it, but sometimes that's a little confusing on how to
Yeah.
straighten out those heels when they get in that state because you're over trimming the high heel.
Yep. And what it does, it makes it worse because in reality, the reason it's high is because it's pulled that whole bulb down and forward, and it's made the foot cockeyed. Like it's
Okay.
pulled the whole bulb up and down. This whole bulb is pulled forward, and so it's not that the heel is high, it's that whole side of the foot is bent up.
Okay, and that's probably also why you'll notice the heel bulbs are kind of like the hairline's almost lower on that side.
Right.
Okay, and they'll bear weight more to the lower on the, and they'll throw that heel out. So they're
Yeah.
just crushing that heel ball and causing pain in that area.
Yeah.
Correct? Okay.
Yeah. And because like I trimmed that heel out more than the others on
Yeah,
all 4 feet.
and that might be what's wrong with my gilding that I've had. His feet were horrible in that sense, and trying to correct that, it just seems like when you look at the hoof, what you think you should do doesn't seem to fix the problem, and but
Amen.
also leaving it way out of balance is creating a problem.
Yeah.
And so
Ha.
correcting that is kind of difficult. I've had some cases where I've been able to fix them, but like on his, it's just like they're almost calcified in that state. Like I can't seem to get anything to move back
Yeah.
on him.
Now
So
see, it's interesting hearing you talk about this stuff. Okay? Because you're an observant person, professional trimmer, you've been doing this, you've been trying to figure it out, and now you're coming here now, okay? And you're saying these things and you're observing the same things we all been observing here and the stuff I've been seeing. See?
yeah,
So that is super cool. When you said is the heel higher, like at first it wasn't glomming on me, but see, we've talked a lot about that here. How
yeah.
these heels will seem higher when in reality they're really not. And so then when you lower it, oh, it exacerbates the problem.
See, and I always wondered because, like, on the low side, you're kind of ignoring that heel because you're trying to get this medial lateral balance. But then
Yeah.
when I also look at these heels, and I've told people before, and this is usually what I've noticed over time, they get worse because that inside isn't being trimmed, but that growth is still there. So you actually get more jamming, but it's not necessarily jamming. It's just that heel is actually pushing that cartilage back and up on the side that's
Yeah.
not being over trimmed. And
Yeah.
so the problem just gets worse and worse, and the hoof will start to twist. So I've kind of noticed a little bit of that and tweaked it a little better, which has worked for some cases. But like I said, my gilding that I got when he was 4 was about crippled and facing being put down, or they were going to send him to slaughter. Well,
Aw.
off to an auction, but in 2008, that was pretty much slaughter for
Yep.
everybody.
Yep.
So I took him and I made him a little better, but he's just always kind of been gimpy on one foot. And I pretty much just saved his life, and he's a beautiful pasture pet.
Well, that's awesome. Good for him. He's a lucky horse.
But I've never gave up. I'm like, I'm bound and determined to find this issue. And it's like,
Yeah.
I'm like, yay, I'm coming back and now finding even newer knowledge that might actually be the key to unlock what I've been looking for.
Yeah. Won't that be great?
Yeah,
See, just
sure
like
would.
I'm finding this horse is 20 in his 20s, and I'm seeing his foot unfold and grow the things that I'm seeing on these natural horses and horses that have never had their heels trimmed out.
That's
See?
exciting.
So
That gives me hope for him.
yeah, well, you should have, because I believe they have all the building blocks there. See? If it's us. It's us.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is 1126, and his bulbs are totally unwrapping here and have been unwrapping. Now, let me explain to you what happened. He tore half his cartilage off, and he totally cracked this side of the foot off, almost, the wall. I didn't know he cracked the wall off, but what it wound up doing was the whole heel moved back, and his foot healed up really good, right? So I thought, well, maybe you could use that. Okay. And so this heel here, well, this heel, I'm holding it cockeyed, but this heel here wound up actually being further forward than this heel. So I thought, well, if that worked on that heel, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make a little cut, which I did right here. But see, you can't see it here, but look, I did it here. See it
Yeah, I was
there?
going to ask you if you did those on purpose.
Yeah, I did. Because he did it himself and it fixed the heel. So I thought, I wonder if I could cut into that buttress a little bit, and if it would weaken it up enough to where it'll still stay and he'll be fine, but he'll be able to move it back. So you can see where I cut it. See there?
Yeah.
Okay. And this is where it grew out. Okay. And what it did was it allowed the foot to retain its height, because it's lowering the heels that makes them curl in. So if you can maintain the height, but still weaken it enough to where his internal foot can move stuff around, and that's what happened. And so this heel also was able to first of all, it moved out and it moved back.
Okay, because yeah, I kind of have the same issue. Like with my horse, his one heel seems shorter from what you could see with your eye, but
Yeah.
it also kind of runs forward a little bit more than the other one. But yeah, that's interesting. I was watching a video too on YouTube that was called Slippering the Heel, but it just seemed like she was shaving off too much of the back part of the heel buttress, even though she was still leaving the height. So,
Well, what happens though when they slipper them? It's also called ramping the heels. And so this is what happens. This is what they're doing. I'll show you here.
I saw that and I was just like, I don't think that's a good idea.
No, because yeah, it's totally different. Now I'm only taking these heels over because they're curled in. Okay. and I'm trying to get them to uncurl and stuff. And so when you slipper them, let's see, annotate. What they're doing is, first of all, they come in, they trim the whole back of the frog down, and then they're gonna take it off from here, and they're gonna cause a ramp like this.
Yeah, and I was kind of like, okay, if this horse takes a step and lands heel first, it looks like they would land and that would almost like push and crush them forward.
It's what it's gonna do is they're gonna fall back on the bulbs.
Oh, that too. Yeah, I can see
Yeah,
where that would happen.
it's designed to do that, in fact. Okay.
Mm.
So they would take all this off, they would ramp this, and what it does is it forces the horse to roll back on its bulbs back here.
Okay.
And what does that do? That pushes these heels forward.
Why
Yeah,
would
look-
you want to do that?
They
Good
think
question.
they're building up the back of the foot.
Exactly.
And I watched a video where the girl was showing a picture of a horse that she'd been trimming for 15 years. And I'm like, well, if this was going to help, don't you think in 15 years it should have done it by now?
Yeah.
But I didn't say anything. I was actually looking for more of your videos. But then my interest killed the cat. So I'm like, I wonder what other people are doing on YouTube. And sure, to my surprise, I found some pretty interesting videos where I was like, nope, they still don't got it. I'm going back to Linda. So
Yeah, there's a lot of people doing this now because they think that if they force the horse to roll back on the back of the foot, that they're going to build up the digital cushion in the frog. But what they're doing is they wind up having that 30-degree hairline. Because see, they'll trim the heel out. I shouldn't say take it up here. They would take the heel, back to the base of the frog and then ramp it so that the horse falls back on the back of his foot. Let's see. I got a video on that, by the way, about ramping and slippering. And she come out with that slippering video after I did a video on how you shouldn't ramp or slipper heels. Because somebody told her I made a video about how you shouldn't do that. So then she come out with a video showing how to, because I found that on Easy Boot. See that slipper and deal? And I thought this is not good because I have a picture of a guy doing that on there, and it shows how he forced this horse on the back of its foot. It dislodged the whole frog, and now the whole frog was infected. And he was trying to stuff it with cotton, and it had goop spurting out of it and things like that because he ramped or slippered those heels, forcing that horse to pound on its bulbs.
and that's sad. You wouldn't see that in any wild horses either.
No, they're not going to wear their heels off like that.
No, it made no sense to me. That's why I was like, no, I'll pass. I wasn't looking to learn anything. I was just mostly looking like, what are some other people still teaching
Well,
on YouTube? Because there was some crazy stuff, and then I found your videos, and they just made more sense, and that's what I went with.
So I'm going to show you current and the side view of these feet here. So I still have to talk with you, Rachel, about what to do to fix that. There's some steps they're gonna have to start taking in the back of the foot to open that up. But to do that too, I wanna show you what my horse's foot looks like from the side and the back and things like that, where I'm headed. Because I'm finding that he's probably going to have a very close to horizontal hairline. Well, here's one picture I'll show you. Just a minute. Share.
Yes, I'd love steps. If I have to leave, I will make sure to go back and rewatch on YouTube.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so here's an example of what I was telling you about, how I didn't want to take off that toe because I was using it as a lever. Okay, so that was 10, 28, 24, and you can see he's got a chunk out there in the front, right? That most of the time, coming from where we come from, we want to take that thing off, right? Okay, but I just decided not to, because I wanted the back of this foot to pull up. And so I had made a notch, quite a notch, and I just let his foot grow. And so this is 10/28, this is 11/18, and you can see how much the foot stood up from the notch and from not taking the toe. See? So
Yeah.
this is more of my horse's true foot than anything I had during barefoot trimming. This is more the foot of what they have. Look at the cartilage, the extension of the cartilage here. Now,
And how far apart were those pictures taken?
let's see, 10/28 and 11/18.
Wow. So less
3
than a
weeks.
month. 3 weeks. That's awesome.
Yeah, so it's amazing how how fast these feet really can change. Now, here's his scar from when he tore the cartilage off, but yeah, I mean, see, now if we were to go back just a second here, let me go see if I can find. Here we go. Okay, so we're going to compare 2019. Let's see. Share. Okay, so here it was in 2019. Look at all that nice sole. Now, people might look at that and go, well, that looks like crap. Well, that is a foot in process. And guess what? He is sounder with this foot than he was with this foot. While this looks nice, oh, look at all that nice sole. Okay, his heels were contracted and curled in. His heel buttress is pushing up against his foot right here, where it's not supposed to be here. It's supposed to be clear out here. His bulbs are actually, he hasn't got a real frog stay. That's actually a periopal frog. And his bulbs are actually curled in there. You just can't see how far. And now I want you to look at the back of his cartilage. Here. See how it's rounded? That is not their cartilage. Okay? Their cartilage is straight and very extended behind their foot. So go back to this other picture. Let's see. It's where you're going. It's not always where you're at. Like I can look because now this heel's grown out now, so that's gone, which I'll show you a picture of that. But let's see. Share. Okay. So you see the difference now, how the cartilage is up here. This is not his true foot. This is not this angle of the hairline. See, we've been taught to see this angle, but if you start looking at these wild horses, they don't have that. They don't have that thing that's been put in our head. See, they'll have very straight hairlines, very steep dorsal walls, very extended cartilage, very big thick, well, you figure if you have a frog that's this deep and then behind the foot, my goodness, they can walk over anything. That's why they can walk over lava rock and not feel nothing. They have an inch of sole. He's got a 3.5 inch dorsal wall, and he's got full sole in the toe. And you know, by the time all is said and done, I'm thinking he's even going to have maybe more than 2 inch heels. I don't know. You know, we'll wait and see. I ain't going to put nothing on him as to what I'm not going to force it. I'm letting his foot, if the anatomy wasn't there, the foot wouldn't grow it. You know, look at the difference in size. See the difference in size. And then if we go to, just a minute here. Hold on. So I know I got a picture of back when I was barefoot trimming. Okay, let's look at this. Okay, so here's the same foot when I was barefoot trimming, trying to get that one dead wild horse foot, and he was never sound. Okay. But you know what? I mean, what I consider sound, all right? He was always tender footed. Okay. But guess what? Go try and find any of that on any of my YouTube videos. See? Now, if I didn't tell people that my horse wasn't a gravel cruncher exactly, I mean, I never said he was. I never said he wasn't. I just kept thinking that that wild horse quality foot was around the next trim transition. Okay. How many of these people, I know their horses aren't sound. I don't give a dang what they say. I know they're lying, you know, but they don't think they're lying. They may just think their horses are in transition like I did, you know, for what, 10 years, 10, 11 years, till finally in 2014, that's the last time I barefoot trimmed right there. Finally thought I got that foot. And man, when I was done with that trim, he leaned way back and he stepped way over like I had cut his feet off. And so I gave up. I said, that's it. I'm giving up. And I didn't hardly trim him for a year. And I took no pictures and I made no videos or nothing else. And then after a year, I thought, well, I'm not using this horse. I'll come back. I'm going to sell him. And so I took pictures of him and I just thought, oh, well, I'll take pictures of his feet. Because see, when you're not taking pictures, you don't know how bad their feet are. Okay, so I took a picture of that foot and about had a heart attack, you know. And at that time, didn't I, oh my God, look at the run forward heels and the flare. Holy Hannah. You know what that is? That is this foot grown out. That is the reality of what you have in these barefoot trims. This is a barefoot trimmed horse. That's why they got to keep it up, keep it up, keep it up, keep trimming every 3 weeks, every 2 weeks, blah, 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 to keep and maintain that shape. Because if they don't, it turns into this monster here. See? And so, and I mean, I learned this, wasn't something I knew. I thought this was the right thing, just like other people do. So I'm not condemning them. All right. I'm just telling you the truth of what's really going on. That people, that we were brainwashed almost, you know, with a whole thing of teaching that is just not true. And so then I had to figure out how to fix this. And so that was in July of 2015. So 6 months later, I never took the heels down because, see, I got a mechanical mind and I know that in order to get these heels to stand up, that these horn tubules here, I knew already had to kick back and stand them up. So my idea was I will grow the heels. I will get these horn tubules to move back and kick those ones up like dominoes, and then I will lower the heels again. Well, thank God, 6 months later, I'm still growing heels. And in January of 2016, I was uh, doing a illustration on every single part of the hoof wall. Okay, and I like the coronary band groove, and it grows down, and then you have the part that's attached to the lamina, and then it attaches the sole, and then it grows down, and then grows past that, and then you got the toe, and then you got the pillar, and then you got the quarter, then you got the heel, and then you got the you got the huh you got a heel buttress. Oh my God. We've been trimming the heel buttress out of our horses. That was the epiphany I had on that day. This piece here, look how it came in white. See there? Came in white. Look how black his foot is. You gotta see his other foot. It's totally striped. He's got black feet and they're totally striped because as the foot expanded and the capsule got bigger and the other parts started growing, they came in white or brown or lighter colored. So anyway, so that's my story. And so there's a lot of failures out there. A lot, and people falling by the wayside, and then as soon as they fall by the wayside, there's somebody giving them a big promise that they got the answer for a price, you know, for a price. And guess what? They don't got the answer either. I wish they did. So this is all a big failure, this whole barefoot trimming thing. I mean, horses can go barefoot, okay, and stuff. But that word has been hijacked by a system of trimming that is not true. Wild horses don't have feet like that. If they do, then their feet are really compromised and they're real old or something's gone wrong. See, wild horses at the minimum have feet more like this. And this, look, my cartilage was still curled around here. So that, anyways, yeah, I've seen these feet go through more changes than Carter's got liver pills. You have to be old to understand that. So Carter's got liver pills? Yeah, they look like peas. I wonder if they worked. Okay, so all right, so I just want to show you where I am currently at. Because again, we're not here. We're not business. We don't have all the answers. We're not trying to sell you anything. Okay? I'm doing what I'm doing to fix my horse. See? To fix my horse. And then it just so happened it turned into a thing. And now other people have joined with me and it's turned into a research group. And now this is such a blessing, Devin, having you with us because you haven't been with us, you've still been out there and you've been experiencing all these things.
Yeah, and I mean, I found you because of my gilding that I rescued. His lameness and everything, and then having a farrier out and the cost of it. And I just realized, if I could just learn myself, I can keep up on his trimming myself and save some money. And
Yeah.
then trimming him and running a boarding facility, everybody's like, "Oh, hey, trim my horse." And so my farrier that I was with at the time was like, "Why don't you put an ad out?" And I'm like, "No, I can't do this as a business." But I put an ad out and it blew up on me, and I
Wow,
wasn't
see?
expecting to make a career. So I did it professionally, and that's all I did for 10 years.
Yeah,
But
see?
after about 6 years, I was like, oh my gosh, my body's not going to hold up doing
Yeah.
this kind of work every day, all day, 6 days a week. So I went through nursing school. And so now I just, some people will haul in horses to the barn and I'll just do therapeutic cases. But it
Uh-huh.
still leaves me baffled at what I'm trying to figure out with my one gilding. It's like, why is it that I can trim all these horses and have so many success
Oh,
stories?
man.
But I just feel like a failure with him. And I think
Yep.
part of me wanting to fix him so bad, maybe because he was my horse, I wasn't afraid to be
Yeah.
over aggressive. And in fact, I just created an
Yep.
even worse problem. And now it's just a never ending. I've given up. I kept trying. I've given up. I'm just like, oh,
Yeah. See,
yeah.
that's so funny, that story. Same thing here. Okay,
Yeah.
because for a while I was trimming horses for other people. At a while I had about 10 or 12 I was doing, you know. And I was like, why are all these horses I'm doing for other people doing better than my horse?
Yeah.
You know? And one of the reasons was I had too much access to my horse.
Yeah.
And I didn't go and trim theirs half as often. So they escaped.
Yeah. And I
You know
feel
what I
like
mean?
my horse, JD, has got a lot of the same issues as, Valor had. And,
Yeah,
I even remember watching your videos all the way back when he had, I think at one point he had one hoof smaller than the other. And you
probably.
thought about like shaving that hoof wall to try to weaken the wall to get it to expand.
Yeah.
And I remember way back then, trying that too, and just all sorts of things. And then, just giving up on him and then going back to him. And then, he's just a pasture pet, which sucks because I got him when he was 4 and he is a
Yeah.
Garula. He's a Garula in white paint with
Oh,
one blue
wow.
eye. He's
Sounds
gorgeous.
pretty.
And yeah, but anyways, he's a beautiful pasture pet at the moment.
Well, hopefully he won't always be a pasture pet. And we'll get him fixed, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I used to be able to ride him. He'd just have a bob at the head. But as he's gotten older, he's almost gotten worse. And I'm just kind of like, he's 18 now.
Okay. Well,
So,
I look forward to seeing some pictures of his feet.
yeah, I need to get you some and send them to you.
Okay. Okay, so here's that horse's foot, the
Well,
Salt River.
guys, sorry, I beat you all. Benenitra was about, I don't know, 11 years, 12 years now that I'm trying with her feet. And she's arriving 30 now, and still we're not there. But she lives and she's happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine lives and is happy too. My sister thinks I should have put him down a long time ago, but I'm like, he gimps, but he's happy.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, they say a living dog is better than a dead lion.
Uh, and I remember 2015 when Linda just stopped to make videos and everything. It was the last time I had 2 abscesses every month. She lived on casts. And when Linda stopped, I was in despair. I said, what shall I do now? What shall I do now? And then about December of 2015, she stopped having the abscesses. So I was always contacting Linda, say, Linda, go on, go on. We have arrived somewhere. I had no
Somewhere.
abscesses. Somewhere. We
Yeah.
arrived somewhere. I have no abscesses anymore. So I was begging her, please, Linda, go on with tact. Please, Linda, do.
Well, and have you noticed how if you get on any of these groups or anything, abscesses are constant. Like
Yes.
any of these barefoot groups and stuff like that,
It's
always
about
people are always have abscesses.
it's about 10 years now. I had never an abscess since then.
Yeah, I've never had one. Well,
Yeah.
I had a kind of one time, but no, yeah, me neither. So, okay, so here's that foot. This is the goal. If the anatomy's there, it'll do it. I'm just trying to facilitate and give it the opportunity. Okay, so here's the same foot.
So that's
Um,
Valer's foot, correct?
yeah,
Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, I can
Yeah,
see the
and I'm
notch in the
just
heel.
showing where his heel is now. Remember, this part was over here pushing the frog in.
Yeah.
It's not pushing the frog in now.
Wow.
Um, so I'm showing where his heel is supposed to be
Yeah.
over here. See, and that'll widen the frog out. Now this whole frog will have to move back. The apex will move back as well. And so I've been seeing it do that. Now, this is from a few weeks ago, I do believe, and stuff. You'll see your horse's foot go through different kind of situations, but he's never been sore, not once. Like as you are looking at this and you're looking at the sole, possibly going, "Oh my God," um, he's not sore at all. He's plumb fine. Um, uh, when their feet get released like this, it's amazing what it does for them. Oh, I found it. Just a minute, I got to show you this. Hold on. This is the one that gal wouldn't let me post. See, it says not as horrible as you may be thinking. Better for horse than 99.999 so-called natural barefoot trims. you know, so yeah, horse and
Oh, look,
self-trim.
he even figured out how to stand between the rocks.
Yeah, look at that. I'm pretty sure this is a domestic horse somewhere, you know. But and really those feet aren't as bad as you would think.
Yeah,
You
that horse
take
is
a
probably
foot
pretty
like this.
sound.
Yeah, you can take a foot like this and trim them right up to specs, you know. It's worse if they've been trimmed. So
I
anyway,
rescued a couple geldings, well, a stallion and two old geldings off a property that foreclosed several years back.
uh-huh.
And these horses hadn't been trimmed in years. They were on about 20 acres. And their feet, I mean, if you cut off that big toe piece, the rest of their feet were big like that and kind of frayed at the ends. But they were all 100% sound, big, healthy feet, big, healthy
Oh wow,
frogs.
yeah.
Yeah, they maintained their feet just fine. Several years, no hoof care.
Great.
They weren't
Yeah,
pretty, but they were sound.
yeah. Yeah, they aren't pretty, but they're sound. And I've seen a lot of feet like that. And I've got like 20 feet. Yeah, 4 times 4. How much is that? 16? No, 4 times. Yeah, 16 at a count. Okay, I've got 20 feet out in the freezer just like that from standardbreds um, that rescue stored them at this guy's place. And then because of the economy, they could never come get him, and he had horses coming out his earballs, and so he had to put them down. And but they had a great life. They were out free, all running together for uh, for 4 or 5 years, and they self-trimmed the whole time. They're in a big pasture, and their last day, they didn't even know it was their last day. It was that quick, and they were buried with honor, you know.
Oh, that's
And
good.
so he let me come get their feet, and uh, he was crying too when I got there because he didn't want to do that. But you can only afford so many horses. What is he supposed to do? Send them to a sale? Want them to be shipped to Mexico or Canada? So what is the kind thing to do? You know what I mean? The kind thing to do is put them down. My horses, if I die, that's what's going to happen to them. So I will never ever take a chance on my horses going to a sale, ever.
Yeah.
So
That's why I ended up with my horse because that's where he was going. And I
yeah,
was like, no, give him to me.
yeah.
And she gave him to me.
You got that Horse Humane Society, and that's part of what they do. They'll rescue these horses just to come and put them down humanely. Give them, just a last act of kindness.
Yeah, because a lot of them are getting bought up by the sale, and they're
Yeah.
butchering.
Yep. So, oh, so anyway, so I have these feet that weren't trimmed for 4 or 5 years. 4 or 5 years. 4 or 5 years. So I have these feet that weren't trimmed for 4 or 5 years. 4 or 5 years. So I have these feet that weren't trimmed for 4 or 5 years. 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 4 or And they're massive and they look great. And I can't wait to get at them. So that'll be interesting and stuff. So, okay, so I want you to show you the back of Valor's foot here. Different shapes, its forms it's taken on here in the last few months. Okay, so this is 318 and his bulbs were pulled under. Okay, this is 1118 right here. Now this was before he got hurt, or yeah, right before he got hurt. Just a minute here, I gotta move something. Okay. This is okay. Yeah, both of these are 1118. I don't know why I put both of those there, but this is the one. This is 11.6, and this is what I found. This was the most interesting thing because see this frog. See these bulb skin here, and that. Look at this thing here. You see this little thing here? That is called what I call it, the periopal rope or tether. And so what happens is when you trim the heels out and it starts pulling the bulb down, okay, this thing starts being pulled down like this, and it's attached to the frog. And so as the frog is being trimmed out and pulled under the foot, it pulls this periopal with it so that it can latch on and keep the hoof capsule attached to the leg. That's what this little thing is here. Like I never seen it look like this before. Usually what you see is it's usually grown down and in some weird position. Well, you can see it over here. Okay. You see it's usually kind of closed up like that. I've got pictures of it doing many odd, strange things, including growing over and into the whole cleft of the frog and becoming a periopal frog stay. So, okay, so that was 11.6 that I saw that, which it had been raining here a lot. And so the rain always brings stuff out that you've never seen before. And stuff, just that little piece there. Okay, so ideally what we want to happen now is these heels have to widen up and this bulb here has to spread apart and this frog here has to move back between these bulbs. That's what has to happen. So, to be like, that's what's there. That's the way their foot is supposed to be. To be like this and that. And this is the same thing here, only this is a drier climate. And so this horse's heels have contracted a bit, but you can see the frog here. You can see the frog sticking out behind here. Okay. And this guy, this foot here, okay, that's what you got going here. Look how wide the heels are apart. And this big, huge, massive frog between the heels. Just like a big, huge, massive frog between the heels here on this guy and this guy here. So it's there. It's there. And I believe that I'm going to get it to come to fruition. You know, let's see. I'll show you a picture of something here. Let's see. Okay, look here. Here's that. We're gonna go. It's like a rope. It's like a tether. It's like it's gonna hold on to keep the capsule on the foot. Okay, so here's an example of what happens when a foot doesn't get trimmed and the heels and the toe get long and start pulling the back of the foot down and under. It's the same effect as when you're trimming the heels out. Okay. And so what happens is this. It literally, this is what that little piece of rope does right here. You see it? It's supposed to be right here. Okay, it starts to stitch itself together somehow, magically. Looks just like stitches, see it? Starts to do that. And it holds on to the frog as the frog is being forced and the capsule, see, because the capsule's being pulled off the foot. Okay, so this goes together to keep that capsule on the foot right there. See, this is Chester, our mascot, our wild horse mascot, who didn't get trimmed for like 6 months or something like that. So his foot grew like that. That was my fault, okay, because he was here at the neighbors, and just circumstances didn't afford me going over there. So then when Sharon came and got him, she bought him from my neighbor so we could have him as an example. And I went to her place to trim him. His foot was that long because that was another month. So I trimmed him up. And when I trimmed him up and I saw all that, I was like, my God, you know? And so I just took the grinder and I did that. See there? And so there's his foot. Now, you can see that the capsule was pulling off like that. Now, 5 weeks after this, here's his foot right here. Look at the cartilage. Look at that nice extended cartilage. See, I don't know why I wasn't grabbing him for an example. You know, Chester, he was born in Nevada. He was adopted when he was 2. Okay, now you can see how the capsule wall grew up and encased his foot again. Okay, and so a few weeks later, he's just got a little bit of that there. So this, all horses have this, and it takes on different shapes and looks and forms, but what it is, it's to hold the capsule on the foot when the foot is getting long and being pulled off, or capsule being pulled off, or you're trimming the heels out, which can create the same kind of leverages that pull a hoof capsule off. Okay, so, all right, so hold on a second. Okay, so Rachel, you see how wide the back of the foot is supposed to be? Are you still
Yeah.
there?
I'm still
Okay.
here. I do need to leave pretty soon, though. My daughter has a choir concert tonight.
Okay, well, sorry.
Oh, that's
I
all right.
I know that these things drag on. All
Oh,
right.
I'll catch the replay. I will go back and watch it.
Oh, that's not it. Well, we're gonna have to find out how thick this frog really is. I think it's pretty thick. I think it goes clear down into here. Don't you?
Yeah, I don't think her frog had ever been trimmed. I mean, it had layers,
Yeah.
layers and layers.
Yeah. So that's where I would start, is exfoliating and starting to get the bars down and exfoliating and finding the frog and finding where the buttresses really are at.
Yeah.
You know, and if I will work with you, okay, but there might come a point in time where you might have to do some of what I did to get these heels to decontract, which is if this buttress goes clear over into here, you know, if you take it over like to there, because I'm pretty sure this buttress is pushing in the frog on both sides, you know. So it will come to the point where you might have to shave this over like that just to weaken it up a bit to let her foot expand and stuff. So, but if you would get some more pictures, that'd help too, and wash your foot back here so we can really see what's up.
Okay.
A lot of this looks like periopal too.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it is.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, Linda, could you apply some of those same things to a clubbed horse? Or is there a situation where you think, because I know I have found clubbed horses are usually pretty sound on that clubbed hoof, but do you think there's a way you can imply some of that to try to relax the back of their hoof? Or,
I think there's the opportunity for that.
okay,
You know,
yeah.
I mean, we're still learning here.
Yeah, I mean, I've had some club feet in the past. I moved from Washington State almost 3 years ago, so I thought I was getting out of hoof care and just going to trim my own. But my sister had horses that had hoof issues, and she was in a boarding facility, and I found it creep back into my life, whether I wanted it to or not. But
Wanted it to or not, yeah.
but I did have a few clients with clubbed horses, and I found that they were a little more sound if you just kind of left them. But I
Yeah.
always wondered if perhaps maybe in that case you could be trimming the heel out, and maybe if there was another approach to open up those heels, and then eventually the hoof might like not be so bound and might open up and allow those changes. I know I was able to fix that baby horse, like I said, but I got to her so early, and I think that's why I was able to do that.
Well, see, and here's another thing I've been doing. I know that that the frog between the bulbs is really deep. Okay. If it's not filled up with periopal, like next week, if you come, I'll show you where I found that my whole frog state was periopal and not frog at all. It was a
Okay.
shock. But now I know too that this can be all completely full of frog. Well, those heels are going nowhere. And so one thing I've been doing, well, let me show you on this last picture here. Besides trimming these frogs down to the bare minimum, so that why do you do that? Because the internal frog corium needs to move back into place. It also needs to spread out and different things like that, which you can't do if it has a lot of frog padding on it. And does not hurt the horse at all. Of course, you have to take into consideration the ground where your horse is. Okay, my horse is out here in a sod pasture, and it's winter and it does get frozen, but it's also soft. So
Yeah. And that's what I'm loving about your new info on the frog. Because, for me, it was like, I kind of learned a while back ago with my mare Trinity, who has more upright in the heel and really nice feet, that she was a little bit more ouchy on rocks on trail rides and stuff if her heels were too low. So I found that she was more comfortable with higher heels. And then I also started looking at other horses and found that horses that had more of a built up heel and more of the back of the hoof were more sound than the horses with the low heels. So I kind of focused on that and building the frog up to the heel.
yeah,
But then I also found, like with my gilding JD, that like no matter what I did, I couldn't seem to get that hoof to shift back. And now this new information that you are coming up with that I'm finding is just like, okay, well actually maybe that's the missing piece really, was also addressing the periopal and the frog and trimming that out to allow things to move. And it could have been my frog just kind of trapping the whole hoof.
yeah, and it does. And I can show you pictures of horses that have been dissected, not mine, but where you'll see a old piece of frog way up in the hoof. And on my pony, I found pieces of frog that were buried under the sole.
Wow.
See, all that because what they say, don't trim the frog, right?
Yeah.
But you're trimming out the heels and it's bending that whole foot and shoving that frog up into the foot, into the navicular bone, by the way.
And I always had to trim like some of it because I found if I never touched it, next thing I know, it would shed out and, you know, you'd end up with thrush pockets or whatever. And then you
Yeah.
end up down to almost the sensitive frog anyways. So I found, you know, keeping it trimmed up so you don't have just frog pressure also stimulated it to grow and kept
Yep.
it free of thrush. But I think in some cases, you know, where I would be trimming my gilding, like I may just not have taken enough to weaken it enough to allow it to move.
Yeah. Okay, so all right, so this is just this afternoon. I took this picture because I wanted to see how his feet did after I trimmed him yesterday. And so I wanted people to just see what at the back of this minute. This minute. Let me see what's here. Okay, so I'm gonna what I did was I decided today I wanted to see how his foot was doing from what I did yesterday. And his foot, the apex of the frog was here, stretched to here, which I trimmed it off, and underneath it was sole. See, this is what you're gonna find. Now, see these bulbs here? They're gonna move out like that and out like that, and they're gonna pull this whole frog back behind the bulbs here, is what they're gonna do. And these heels are gonna come uncurled, and they're gonna point out this way, like that. Just a minute here. Let me turn this around. Save image. Okay, let's turn this around. Okay, so in frog anatomy, okay, the innermost layer of the frog, layers of the frog. The innermost, what are the layers? Well, you've got the pigmented darker layer, and then as you get into it, it'll get kind of off colored like this, offish white. Then you get in a little deeper, it becomes translucent. Translucent to where you can look in and you can see the frog cranium. But look, no blood or nothing like that. And he is not sensitive. And this frog is like wholly healthy. And it will grow back so fast, it will make your head spin. And better, it grows back better each time. So
And you're talking about the heel, right?
no, I'm talking about his frog.
Oh, it's frog. Okay, I'm sorry. I had to grab
His-
my phone charger
His
and
frog. See the different colors? See, the innermost part of the frog is translucent. And me on doing what I'm doing here, okay, because I'm a researcher, and so I'm heading this foot towards what I've been researching that I know they can be. And so I know from removing lots of hoof capsules that these frogs will bind the foot under. So I know on a live horse, I have to thin down the frog. I have to thin down the area of the frog stay and stuff so that all this can be pulled back. Now, these bulbs you see right here, they're not supposed to be there. They're supposed to be, a minute. Okay, so the bulb is right here. Okay. Now they were, let me show you where they were. They were clear up here. And lots of horses, these bulbs are clear up here. And get what's that form? Look at here. Look at this little deal here. There's your false central sulcus. See, that's another thing Devin found out. Central sulcus is not actually real. Okay. What is a central sulcus? Is a deformed frog where the bulbs have been pulled up here, and this part of the frog here is supposed to be clear up here behind the foot, but it's been pulled down under the foot because in the foot you don't have a central sulcus. You just have this sulcus of the frog back here and then the bulbs. Like so. So that frog is supposed to be all back here and in the sides. It's not supposed to be pulled forward like that. Let's see here.
And
Okay,
that's what I
so
love about your knowledge is some people teach stuff and then when they find it ain't real, they, like you say, they don't want to admit when they were wrong, so they just keep teaching it where, you know, you could teach something and then later be like, actually, that's not right. This is the truth,
yeah,
you know. And so it's been really fun relearning, and now I find myself even more excited to learn
well,
even more.
well bless
So,
your heart, because I was
yeah.
kind of worried there for a
No,
minute.
thank you for that.
Bless your heart. It's a blessing to have you here.
Yay.
So,
Hi,
so okay,
Linda.
so what?
Hi. Are you drawing over a photo or are you drawing to the side of a photo?
I'm drawing over a photo. Why is
Oh,
Okay.
it looks
weird?
like you're drawn to the side.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
New
you're
share.
Let me do a new share. How's that? I don't know what happened.
That makes a whole lot more
Thank
sense.
you.
That make more sense? Well, it disappeared.
I was wondering, but I thought maybe you were just drawing a whole nother hoof next to it.
Sorry about that.
That's what I
Okay,
thought too.
let me redo that. Okay, here's your bulb. Okay, there's your bulb. His bulbs used to be up here. Okay, and so that's why the heels are curled way in, were way curled in like that. And so gradually these are moving back, and the heels are spreading apart, and so now this bulb here is supposed to be probably about here, and this heel here is supposed to be about here. Okay, well, yeah, it would be about here, and the bar would be like so, and the frog will be wide like so. See there? Now, as this bulb comes this way, it's going to pull this whole frog back behind and between the bulbs is what's going to happen. And this little piece here, that's going to be 2 inches high up above between the bulbs. Only it's going to be frog. So let's see here. Let me. So let's see if I can find another picture. I'll show you this one just a second. Um, oh, I don't know. This might be the same. This isn't the same picture, I don't think. Just a minute. Oh, hold on. Okay, so today I decided that I was gonna take out some more heel. So I'll show you that picture just a second. Take some more of that curve out. Okay. So hold on. And so this is what I did. So I'm doing it first. And that way you'll know your horse won't blow up. But it has to be on the right foot at the right time. I'm not suggesting anybody do some of this stuff I'm doing right now. So let's see here. Share. Okay. There we go. Okay, so I took out even more of this heel over here because as you can see from what I first showed you, his bulbs and heels are widening up. Now, so we'll see here next week if they widened up even more and if some of this curl came out. See, because the real heel buttress has to be over here, and these bulbs have to separate at least an inch for this whole frog to come up and be up here. Look here. See, this part of the frog here has to be clear up here. See, these bulbs should not be down like that. Here's our frog. This part of the frog has to come clear up in here between the bulbs, and these bulbs have to raise and separate. So that's what's going on there. So, and you can see, you look at the sole, like you might have saw the sole in the, week pass and kind of brown, weird looking, because as things move, they turn brown. I've seen this pattern the whole time. And then they clear up and everything heals up and looks better than it did before. So let's see here. Turn it around. You can see the sole. Sole's looking good. It's getting better in the heels. Eventually, what I expect it to do is these heels will turn way out. The frog will come way back between the bulbs. I'll allow it to grow, attached to the heels, and the sole in the sole platform here and then the seed of the corn will fill in fully. This is the goal. Okay. Anyway,
Excuse Linda.
yeah.
So you just shaved off the face of the heel there?
Yeah, just inside. Like, see, I'm not ramping because it's curled in like this.
Right.
Okay. It's not changing the base of support at
Right.
all.
Right.
See, because I'm just taking it over.
So just
And
rather removing the distortion, right? So it don't continue to distort your new growth?
yeah. Well, see, they're curled in. So I'm just taking off part of that curl, which is gonna weaken the buttress. Like it's not lowering the heel at all.
Yeah.
Like this horse is not gonna roll back on his bulbs or anything like that. That's what a ramp and a slipper would do. They would cut that off at a ramp like this. Okay, to make the horse roll back on the back of the foot because they think that they're building up the digital cushion and the frog by doing that. And so, but what that does is it pushes the heels forward because they made a rocker. See, they're rockering the heels, ramping the heels, slippering the heels, whatever you want to call it. It all does the same thing. I'm not doing that at all here. I'm just taking off that curl. Okay. And so it's going to grow back. But what I'm hoping is that the heels will push further apart and it will grow back straighter rather than curled in.
Yeah.
See? And
so you're not quite doing what Leah did a month ago, but sort of.
well, yes, and I've also thinned down. I did do that to the bars. I did that to both bars.
I was going to ask you if you did.
Yeah, I did that to both bars. I thinned down the outer wall of both bars because the bars are going to hold the heels curled in too, right? How could
I
they
agree.
not?
I agree.
So
Wow.
you got to figure out something to do with them. So I thinned them down. You know, let's see here. See if I have a different picture. Oops. And I mean, this is what his foot he's still got heel height, because this is what his foot looks like when all is still said and done, of
Right.
taking that heel over, that curl out. See, he's still got a lot of height here.
Right, because you didn't take height away, you just sort of weakened the wall to give it a chance to release.
Yeah, spread apart.
Correct.
Just taking the curl itself off, part of it. Another part. I mean, I've been doing that, but then I decided to do it some more. Let me see. See? Let's see if I can find the right picture here. Oh, I think this is before I did it.
Right.
So, I mean, they're already shaved off anyway, but you can see how it's pulled the frog out this way. Remember when I originally showed you where I did that, and you could see where the heel buttress, where it started to grow, was pushing the frog in over here?
Yeah.
Okay, it's not doing that anymore. They have widened up. They have pulled apart. And so now you see that the frog is pulled out this way. Whereas before, this part of the heel buttress had it shoved in over that way. See? So, and what's interesting is then I realized that even though, when I started doing this, that even though the heels were curled in, that the bar was actually inset in here. And so when I rasped this over, it wound up making where I had rasped it over, what would you call it? Even where the bar was, right there. So,
So
anyway,
it leveled it all up, so to speak.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
it
Instead of
aligned it
bar,
better.
yeah, more in alignment. You know,
Okay.
So when
so
you're trimming this hoof, how do you address when you're trimming his hoof? How do you like address that outer heel being higher? Do you leave it higher?
well, see now. Gotta stop and think for a minute here. I've got a whole deal on that. Because in reality, it's not higher, it's pulled down.
Yeah.
Okay. And there was a deal there for a while where this thing was happening where, even though it looked higher, when we had it in your hand, when you set it down, it's really lower. So the foot is really leaning that direction.
Yeah.
So if you lower it, you're just going to lower that heel more. So we were actually lowering the other heel.
Even though the other heel seemed like it was crushed and so much shorter.
Yeah.
Okay.
And when I first did that, lowered that other heel, it's like the whole foot shifted.
And that's so
Because
crazy because that's opposite of what you think you should do by looking at it,
exactly.
Okay. Because I mean, I
And
did that for a long time, just rasping that high side and then I'm like, okay,
me
all I'm
too.
doing is having this high side grow back like crazy and I'm crushing the other side. But then
Yeah.
I started realizing like if I was dealing with like a high heel lower toe hoof,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like where you almost
Yep.
have to like lower the heels to get it to go forward. It seems like the area that you don't trim, it almost like atrophies, I guess you could say. So I actually did start, like scribing the sole and trying to trim more on that shorter side to stimulate it to grow faster and leave the other side, but maybe just taking that little bit of a hoof wall. And I noticed getting the balance a little better, but never 100%. You know, I'm still working on him. So
Yeah. See, now went through the same thing I went through.
yeah, I think we have
And
like the same hoof issues.
yeah, yeah, which
So,
just goes to show that this stuff is consistent,
yeah.
you know?
Yeah, and luckily I haven't seen too much cases that were as bad as his, that like usually just addressing, you know, the toe and some of the hoof problems you would normally see. You could bring the hoof back and maintain a beautiful sound hoof. Not very often do I find the heels that are so horribly crushed like his are.
Yeah.
So, um, yeah.
Okay.
But
So,
would this trimming kind of like opening up the heels and like what you're showing right here also be beneficial to a navicular horse?
this is the thing. It just depends on where the foot is at, because see, now I've been growing in his heels for a long time and his foot is at a certain place. And so this isn't something I would just do in general if
Yeah.
I wasn't sure of where the foot was at and if was ready to do it. That's why um in talking with Rachel, I need to look at that foot more. I need more pictures of that foot to see what steps should be taken first.
Okay, because
You
like,
know,
I haven't, going through nursing school and everything, I just accepted that, he was kind of lame, and financially I didn't really have all the funds to be dumping thousands of dollars like
yeah,
some people do on vets and farriers for him. So I kind of feel bad, like maybe I should have had some x-rays done, but like I went to nursing school and I was just like, oh, it's okay, he'll just be my pasture pet.
yeah,
And I was just going to keep him comfortable, keep him trimmed. And so I became a nurse. So I wasn't like as active in that world, but now it's kind of come back to me. I got a sister with a navicular horse, and all these
yeah,
horses are coming into this boarding facility that I'm fixing. And I find that, that's really my passion more than nursing. I mean, I do love being a nurse, but I just didn't want to trim every day, all day. So now I'm
yeah,
just
no
taking these
kidding.
special cases and fixing these horses like that picture that I sent you.
Hmm.
But I just wonder, like, if I end up with a case like my horse, that's one that's always been difficult for me. And maybe, like you said, I have my hands on him, so I was just over trimming him.
Yeah, well, I know I was a serial trimmer. I can guarantee a lot of people are, because as women, we are fixers. And so we see something ain't right, we want to fix it. Well, maybe if I just do this, or I'll just do a little here, a little there. We think if we do a little, oh, look, he's licking and chewing. I must have done something right. When
Hmm.
really he's just thankful you didn't cut his foot off,
Yeah.
you know?
I just think uh,
You know,
Linda,
we're just see, this is the sad part about it, is this opened up a whole new profession for women. And as women, we're nurturers and we are caretakers, we are mothers, and we're mothers to our animals and things like that. And so this opened up something really wonderful for us to be able to do,
yeah.
you know. And in the process, we were taught a method that was actually destroying what we love.
Hmm.
See, so that's the hard part about all this barefoot trimming, is that's what it ultimately did. How cruel is that?
Yeah.
See, how cruel. And so, I'm so glad that you've come to be with us again and stuff with your experience and everything like that, because I really believe that we're getting to close to a place where we're going to really be able to do something with this.
Yeah. A
You
better
know,
understanding of the
yeah,
furthest part of the back of the hoof.
yeah.
It could be more deceiving than the rest of it.
Oh man, the
So,
feet are so deceiving, you know. Um, but see, you've missed out too on a lot of the history that we've learned about all this as well, going clear back to the first vet schools and the big travesty they've been doing for 250 years. you
Yeah.
know.
I will say though, I have chimed in on a lot of your videos on YouTube. I kind of get obsessed, so I'll go through days and hours of watching your videos until I can't find any new knowledge, and then I kind of okay, and so then I come back every couple years. So it's been a couple years
That's
since I've
awesome.
been back here, and but now I'm just like, wait a minute, you know, some of the new things I found, and then watching your past videos and just realizing, you know, how much I missed you, and then I'm like, you know what, I need to get on here and actually talk to this woman because
I'm so glad you
now
did.
that I'm back at this barn and fixing all these horses, and you know, I didn't realize because back home I was just trimming everybody's horses. I wasn't really into the big show world. You know, I did trim for a
Yeah,
lady that had race horses, but never really big. And now I'm in this boarding facility where there's people that are jumping and showing, and some of the best farriers in Alabama are doing all these people's horses with radiographs and shoes and
yeah,
crippling them. And you know, the lady, my trainer, actually hauled one of her jumping mares all the way to Kentucky to see the Morrison guy and
uh-huh,
have her horse, who was basically crippled at this point, put shoes on her, and within a week she couldn't even move. So at this point,
yeah.
she pulled the shoes off, was trimming her by herself, and now I've trimmed this mare 3 times. She's pregnant now because she's decided to make her a brood mare, but I've trimmed her 3 times now. I'll go in a couple more weeks and trim her again, but she's sound, and she's like, "Oh my gosh, Devin, if you make this horse sound, I'm dragging you to every single horse show so you could save all these horses." I'm just like, oh man. And so she's made a spot for me in her barn. And so now I'm just like, oh my gosh. And then,
Oh,
but I still
great.
look back at JD and I'm like, I still have something missing
Yeah.
though.
Well,
There's still something with him that's going on
yep.
that I'm still struggling with. And
Yeah, I
yeah.
understand exactly.
And then I come
See?
back and you're hitting points where I'm like, oh my gosh, she may have found it. And now like I'm all back into like, you know, it's been a couple years. So now I'm back in here studying more of your
That's
stuff, and
awesome.
it's amazing. You
That's
should get
awesome.
paid thousands of dollars for this.
Well, that's awesome. And you're a great contributor, and we appreciate it
Yeah, thank you.
and stuff. I appreciate everybody that
And I
contributes.
did post pictures if you have a second to look. I posted 2 different mares. I got my mare Hannah. I got from my sister about 3 years ago. She was one of the worst cases of pigeon toed I've seen, and I've got her pretty straightened out. She has some of the curled heel going on. She's not lame or anything though. She's pretty sound, but she used to have really flat feet. And then I have some pictures of my mare Trinity, who's always had really nice feet, and so you can kind of see like where I've kept her, and I think I'm on the right track to her because she's like my rock crushing trail horse. and then
Okay.
and then Hannah, where I don't have pictures of how bad she was, but if you can imagine a really high inner hoof wall and a crushed rolled in outer hoof wall and curled in heels, and you can kind of see like before and after. I just trimmed her, and then before and after
Okay.
I trimmed Trinity. So just a couple pictures to see like, you know, where I might be missing even on my mare Trinity.
Yeah, I don't
And
know what's going on. Let's see.
I sent them to you
Before,
messenger.
sorry, guys. Before you go off this photo, can you please show me, Linda, where your bar are?
What?
Where your bars are?
Where my bars are? Um,
Yes, on this photo.
let's
Before
see.
you change the photo.
Let's see. Where is it? Just a second. I'm looking for it. I've got so many pictures here. Oh man. Ignore.
No, no, in this photo, the one we have now.
Okay. Yeah, I know. It's just that I lost it. I'm looking for it here. Um uh let's see. God dog. Oops. Oops.
Because
Oh, what's
your soul is very light colored.
okay. Just a second here. Um See, I've lost. I can't even find a Zoom meeting. Just a minute here. I got so many pictures open, but I'm lost in Windows land. Ever get there? lost in Windows land.
Well,
Oh,
okay,
wait,
we
share.
can see it next
Okay.
time. Never mind.
I'm looking for it. Holy crap. Okay. Are you talking about this picture here, kinda? Or one like it? Where are my
Yes,
bars?
yes, about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where are the bars? Well, first of all, I had let the internal lamina spread all over the darn foot, so I've been taking that off. All right, but my bars are right here, right there,
Okay. Yes, okay, I
and
can see
there's
it.
some right there, and
Yes.
I have them down now. Right here is where they will end automatically, but you got to realize this heel has to pull and curl out here. What's attached to that heel? A bar, right? How could
Yes,
that
exactly.
heel uncurl if I left a big humongous bar on there, in spite of how great it looks? And as far as support, well, just a minute. Now, as far as support, I mean, all you got to do is look at the side view of the foot. Just a minute here.
Did you take off the outer wall of
Yeah,
the bar?
yeah.
Yes,
I skimmed
exactly.
off that outer layer.
Yes, exactly. That's what I wanted to
Yeah,
know. Yeah,
I skimmed
yeah,
off the outer layer, and then
yeah.
I've been working to take off any spread over lamina or anything that is anywhere where it shouldn't be. But you can see, oh, there's that wild horse skin. You can
Yes,
see that
yes, I understand. I
yeah,
understand.
I'm not having any problem with any support on my heel. Isn't that
Yeah,
interesting?
You know
because
why, Linda?
I was about to try that.
Okay, well, go ahead. It didn't kill my horse.
You
Yes,
know why,
yes, I was
Linda?
about.
What'd you say, Dean?
I said the reason you're not having any problems with the bars when you change the bar and it's not affecting the support, it's because when the heels are curled in like that,
Yeah,
they're not standing on the bar anyway.
yeah,
And think about the ones that have the heel that's severely underrun, so that
uh-huh.
they're just about laying down. Again, what's the bar doing? They're not sitting on the bars; they're sitting on the outer hoof wall.
Yeah, yeah.
So
So,
get the bars out of the way.
mm-hmm.
Let the foot uncurl, and as the foot uncurls more, now the bars become important.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
Well,
see, you're right.
I would prefer to take the outer layer,
Yeah,
the wall, not at the entire bar.
yeah. Well, go
To
ahead,
thin.
experiment away.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that makes sense
Okay.
because, you'd remove a lot of that compressed bar, and
Hey,
as that heel uncurls, you're allowing the
yeah.
true buttress of the hoof to grow into where it's supposed to be. So it makes sense.
Hey, Devin, for some reason your pictures aren't coming through
Uh-oh.
and stuff. But get them. As soon as they come through, I'll look at them. But I'm gonna have to get off of here because it's dark now.
So how do I get them through? I sent them to you in Messenger, so I'm not.
Well, I don't know why they're not coming through.
Okay.
Nothing is coming through for me. For some reason, it must be something on my internet.
Okay.
So, but for sure, I'm gonna look at them when they do come through, and I'll message
Oh,
you, and we'll look at them next week on Hoof Chat. Okay.
okay. Sounds
Okay.
awesome.
All right. Well, now my rear end is petrified.
Oh.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Well,
Y'all
you're
have
all
a good
just
day.
absolutely wonderful.
Thank you,
Um,
everyone.
we
Thank you,
learn
Thank
a
you,
Linda.
lot in
Linda.
these marathons, you know, and stuff. Thank God we do. Hey, God bless everyone and have a great week.
You too.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay,
Thank
bye-bye.
you. Bye.
Well, I can't get out. I'm stuck. I'm just stuck here in Zoomland. Zooland. Jeez. I am stuck. What the heck? How do I get out of here? Cord, breakout rooms. There's nothing that tells me I can leave. Show meeting. Okay, there we go.